Okay, let's do it then. This, I strongly suspect, and in fact I assert, is the send-off stream for Ship Graveyard Simulator 2. I've highly enjoyed this game, but we have reached the bottom of the deck when it comes to this game's content. I have scrapped almost every ship. I have done the DLC stuff. I've upgraded almost everything to max level. I'm relatively rich and I know how to make easy money. The only reasonable thing left to do is to discombobulate the largest non-DLC ship in the game. Now, the Fuso is larger than the Aramano Adrianii, but I'm not going to be touching these ships anymore. They're too buggy. This DLC is aggravating because you almost scrap a ship and it goes, oh, actually, there are a few parts here that you can't reach, so you're not allowed to completely destroy the ship, and that's kind of soul-crushing. Which is the same, because the Fuso is a pretty interesting ship. But we've already seen the Fuso, so let's go and do old Aramano, costing me 2 grand. Contract with Janahit. I'm a shepherd living in our beautiful mountains. Strong wind destroyed a part of my farm, so I need to rebuild with wood, chair, and desks to a tune of 1.6 grand. Not bad. Oleg here wants aluminium, copper, some washing machines and ovens. Looking for broken electronics for restoration and reselling. Very well. Arturito. That's kind of like Aramano. Director in the oil warehouse, extending services to acid and kerosene. It's unpleasant to me that you want liquids, because liquids is one of the last things I need for upgrades. I need 5 tons of liquids, and it tends to be one of the harder goods to get. You can see the resources available, but this one looks maxed out and it's still not even 1 ton. How about you? Yeah, Heavy Mermaid wasn't a ton. The Tuna was half a ton. Liquids seem to be the linchpin for upgrades in general. Everything else is relatively easy to get. Maybe not equipment, I don't actually know where that comes from. But I'm waffling when I should be destroying, so let's go and buy the Aramano. And if I have enough money left over for an upgrade, I might as well get that, see if we can't max everything out while we're at it. Pardon me, had a hiccup there. Alright, let's... oh my god. Even towards the end, I'm still going to the correct side of the car, which is, for some reason, the wrong side of the car. Pretty hefty looking ship already, reminds me of the Fuso. Fuso was taller though. I don't know where is best to park the truck, so let's do a once around the ship and figure it out. I bombed this ship, says Marvin. I've got about 190 bombs on hand, so it's certainly an option for me. I think I'll leave the truck about here. It's about halfway house. I should be able to fling most of the stuff that I grab up there down to the truck. My intention is to scrap the entire ship. The only reason that I will not do that is if something bugs out. And even if something bugs out, I hopefully have the explosives to take care of it. As is always the case, we steal the graciously provided lighting structures. Shouldn't be left alone here in Bangladeshi slum town. People are gonna wake up and find their bed stolen from underneath them. Superman's gotta pay his bills, don't you know? He chose this humble life. It was fun, the game engine had severe troubles with 600 bombs. Jings. Right, so straight away we see that there are electrical issues here. Yeah, look at that. If I hit this, well, why don't we just hit it? Yeah. We're not able to knock out the rivet like that. We instead give ourselves an unpleasant jolt. Now, Bangladeshi Superman here is completely invincible. He is unkillable. I have tried to kill this guy, but it can't be done. This game lacks kryptonite. The closest thing it has is radioactive material. And radioactive material, if you get too close, and you have to get very close, you have to be just about hugging the pallet of radioactive goods. But if you do, all that happens is Clark Kent here just takes a nap and wakes up in his bed, and he's still as good to go as ever. So first thing that should generally be done is just a wander around. Great opportunity to do things like turn off the electricity. I highly doubt that's the only electricity on this ship, but getting those turned off means that I'll be able to go and take care of these walls that are electrified. And in a very rare case, I'm actually going to use the explosives as they're intended by taking out these doors. There we go. That actually would have been very bad if there was a gas line coming along here. It would have blown it off, which one should not do. If you blow up the gas early before you turn it off, you run the risk of exploding the whole ship. So actually, this is a good indication that I shouldn't destroy this door, because that's a gas line, and then it will detonate, and it will cause a big explosion wherever the gas main is. You need to isolate that first. Of course, even after you do that, the game will still make you panic, because it still plays the explosion animation throughout the pipeline, and that always makes me feel like I've messed up. So perhaps we should call Canny on blowing up more of those until we explore more of the ship. But it's just instinct. I see loose items, I grab loose items. They have to be grabbed eventually, after all. Better in my hands than anyone else's. I've already grabbed the chairs needed for Jahit's contract. Oh, no, can't be having that. Get in the truck. I have seen and heard that some players don't like to deliver things directly to the truck at the start. What they do is they just box everything up and then throw it on the ground to collect later. I prefer to put it in the truck. If I just leave myself a great big pile of boxes, it means later on I'm just going to be lobbing boxes for 5 or 10 minutes. That doesn't sound particularly fun. I'd rather space it out. Besides, it's always enjoyable to see Superman make his slam dunk shots from across the whole ship. Okay, we already took care of the electricity. Good. But finding the pipeline is a bit of a priority. Even so, I see things, I grab things. Empty rooms are a good indicator of been there, done that. It looked like a gas main over there. Looked like a gas main. This is the electric board, sure. I did not spy a gas main. There is this, of course, but I can't see it leading into somewhere that has the gas controls. Perhaps it's further down? Perhaps it's in this room. If it's in this room, that's a little concerning, because I don't have a good way of getting in there without potentially destroying a pipe. Ah! Well, would you look at that? You can just reach in through there and turn it off. As far as I can tell, there is not the gas main there, so I'm guessing it's on the lower decks. Fine by me. Perhaps we should prioritize checking that, because the sooner I find the gas main, the happier I'm going to be for just dealing in wanton destruction. Even take the clocks. Good morning, Jake and chat. Happy New Year. Still getting Happy New Year wishes. It's already the 5th. Roll with the times. It was a good New Year, though, so cheers. I was out at Balaton Lakefront. I got myself into a relatively nice position where I was able to get a panoramic view of Balaton, the lake. For those not know, I live in a tourist trap at Balaton Lake here in Hungary, by choice, after touring around Europe and further afield. I came to the conclusion that I love this place and I want to live here, so I do. Very serene, very peaceful. I was thinking earlier today just how at peace I am with the world while I'm here. Maybe not the whole world, but my life at least. Okay, I think that's the oven. Can check with you. Yeah, there we go. Who wanted the ovens again? Oleg did. Ovens. I can't even think of the word ovens anymore without thinking of the oven defense in Factorio, which is where, in place of walls, you use the stone furnaces to erect a defense against the biters. It is quite effective. Not without its problems. For example, the stone furnaces are not fireproof, but they allow you to pass through. The biters do not. They're extremely quick and cheap to make. Easier than making walls, that's for sure. Do we destroy you? Yes, let's take a risk. Good, if we heard some follow-up explosions, then we would have been in grave danger of having caused a catastrophic explosion in the gas main. But I'm sure that won't be an issue. And if it will, we'll deal with it. Actually, we might not be able to deal with it. I want 100% the ship, every last scrap. So perhaps I should really stop using explosives when I don't have to. The rope is one of the few items that I have not fully upgraded, but the follow-up upgrades are pretty crappy. Right, I'm going to stop grabbing things until I find the gas main. The urge to destroy is too high, and I know I said that just after I grabbed stuff, but come on, those were doors that I took out. Early on in the game, doors are a great source of wood when you don't have an excellent abundant supply of non-metals. 10 kilos of wood just off of a door. A 10 kilogram door seems awfully heavy to me. Having handled doors, and having handled plenty of 10 kilogram weights, I don't feel like it's one and the same. But maybe ships just use bigger and better doors. Right, come on, how do we get to these lower decks? I do not want to simply slam my way through the floor just in case I hit a gas main. Maybe this doesn't connect, or maybe the connection is through that wall, but as we've ascertained, we do not want to do that, and also it's not. Okay, well, there's another way to go down. I suspect this is a crane item. I feel like you no-clip stuff through the floor when grabbing clocks. 2 times you grabbed a clock and showed 3 weights. You think when I wasn't otherwise grabbing... Oh, hang on, this is in the way. When I wasn't otherwise grabbing objects in the room? Perhaps. There we go, so the crane will pick up the crane, and then come back for this giant thing, and that should surely let me into the lower levels. The craning of objects is such a wonderful addition. Really adds a sense of heft to the ship. I like it a lot. Bye-bye. It's also a great way to make tons of materials, especially if you do the fuso. The fuso, and I suppose this ship. Nah, the fuso has it better. Yeah, big time. The fuso on the Warships DLC has some extremely easy to crane away items that you can immediately have access to, and they are worth over a ton each. Alright, now we should be able to get down, and straight away we can see some electricity and the gas main. I say the gas main. I can't be certain that that's the only one. But I'm willing to believe that it is. I've never heard of there being multiple gases on a ship. I guess it could happen though. Maybe I should explore a bit more before I destroy willy-nilly. Please let me out. There we go. Excellent. Well, hello, is this up or down from where I was? It was up. Felt like a different location though. You can take the gas line out, Jake. That should throw down all the gas lines. So if there is still gas lines hanging, there is another main. You think so? Well, I've already closed the valve here. I thought these might connect to another I wouldn't say boiler, what you can call this, a gas tank. But perhaps it does not. Ah, hell, let's just do it anyway. You're coming with me. Unless this is all a trap. Not hearing any further explosions. Perhaps this was very localized. Okay, then I'm certain there's another gas main. Also, oh good. I can actually reach my... Good. Not completing the sentences there. I was able to reach my truck from there. Right. No, I've already been and searched this place. The endless search for the other gas main, but I'm all but certain it's just further down. I could slam through the floors to get further down. Oh, hello. This goes further down. But I think I've been here and done this. Yes, I have. How about you? Oh, here's a way down. Still electricity going around here. And there's the electricity panel. And I could explode you, but I don't see any gas mains here. I'm just going to take this out the old-fashioned way. Take out the wall. Take out these big doors like this, and then you don't have to spend the explosive, essentially saving yourself $15 dues, because explosives aren't free. There we go, more electricity off. What's on the other side there? Oh, it's just gas canisters. The 9. Here we go, there's the gas main. Excellent, okay. I suspect this does not have 3 gas areas. Certainly hope that's the case. Don't worry about all those little pops, that's nothing. If we hear a big explosion, then do worry. Holy smokes, there's a lot to this ship. Loads of points to destroy. Perhaps I should get on that. Oh, here's a fun thought. Oh, okay. I could have sworn that these things regain their health bar if you heat them up and then don't actually finish them off. But it seems I'm completely wrong. Huh. I could have sworn I've seen the bar of these things regrowing if you heat them up and don't finish it off. So you heat it up and then it just cools down and reforms. That's okay. I might be right about many, many things, but I'm wrong as well. People sometimes forget that getting through the wall next to the door is often easier than getting through the ultra-secure door. That it is, but then I think to a game like Teardown. Teardown had a safe. Well, I suppose you wouldn't say safe, it was a vault. A vault that seemed inaccessible. However, there is a way to get inside. And you end up crawling through some vents to get in, because Teardown is a game that gives you many, many tools of destruction, and not one of them is going to take down the walls, or the door, or the gratings, or anything, so you're just left looking into the place going, I want it. Teardown was great. But I had my fill with that game. I'm pretty sure they put out more content since, and I haven't come back for it. And that's fine. Sometimes you just eat your fill of a game, and you're done. And some games you just cannot be satiated with, like Dominions. Boy, it's gonna suck to not like Dominions on this channel, potentially. Aren't you going to upgrade your welder, Jake? It's the last ship. I believe the upgrades cost 3,600 for the blueprints and then another 1,000 for the upgrade. So I could afford one of them. So that's welder and rope. Of the two, welder makes more sense because welder will double in power. That said, I've almost already done all the welding and it hasn't exactly taken long. The rope only gets, I think, 2 meters added to it. It goes from 21 to 23 meter length, I think. Hardly relevant. We haven't been struggling on any upgrade. But I think that's because we've been completely destroying ships. Okay, there we go. There may be more of these on the floor below or else. Oh god. Okay, maybe I will upgrade the welder then. I thought there'd only be one round of those, but no, there appear to be a fair few. Already came and saw you. I will airlift you out momentarily. It's a large but fairly empty looking ship. Almost forlorn. Where are these mobile shipping containers? At least these ones are free. There's a reason I never really use the shipping containers in this game. I don't think they are worth the money. They cost, I believe, $50 redos each. And even if you maximum filled them with materials, unless those materials were all liquids and equipment, you're going to make a loss on it. So you pay to make a loss? Why? Why would anyone do such a thing? Alright, let's get these cracked open. I have not made much progress with any of these contracts. Although, to be fair, wood seems to be a tall order for Yahit. And we have seen some wooden rooms. And we've seen plenty of desks, so I should get on that. Okay, there's a thought. If I fulfill these contracts, then I should be able to afford these upgrades with impunity. I wonder if there'll be any Dominions preview copies. They'd lose out in 20% of the revenue giving away the game like that. I do wonder what kind of sales numbers they get for Dominions. You'd think surely it couldn't be that high. Seems an extremely niche game. We used to be able to scrape sales numbers off of Steam, right? I assume that's not something we can do anymore? I think Steam... was it Steam Spy? I think it was Steam Spy. Okay, it all falls down. What's your problem? You have no problem. Right, but I should be able to take these out and bring them up. Will be coming up and out as well. And you know what? I might be able to lift you out without taking this part out, but I'm already here and I have some time to kill whilst this gets craned away. Not to mention, I have to destroy this anyway. Ah, a relaxing way to spend my day. My day was spent in a far less relaxing manner already. I stopped in by the tax office. I've been in Hungary for almost a year, and I'm still not properly registered with everything, so I go to the tax office. The pretty much anything government related in this goddamn country takes forever. But I stop in and go, hey, well, I finally got my tax number, so I need to register my company here. And they say, okay, come back tomorrow. So, oh, okay. So I come back tomorrow, which is today. And they check the same documents that I had yesterday. And I was like, oh, yeah, you don't have what you need. Go to this other place and get this other card first, then come back and we'll register you. Okay. course, the other place is closed. It only opens 3 times a day for a few hours a day, so I'll go there, get my... I think it's insurance card that I need. Then I can register my company, or at least they said after that I can register my company. We'll see if that's actually the case. What is your story? I think... Are you connected to this, and so I can't take you out? I'm a little worried about just tearing down this wall. Okay, well the game is telling me to tear down the wall, and I shall make it so. One of the things I rather like about living here is that it feels like living, especially in this part of Hungary, feels like I'm living in a mid-90s Scottish small town that's just been airlifted out and dropped here in Mediterranean climate. Which I'm sure true Mediterraneans would scoff at Hungary being called that, but that's how it feels to me. And I'm sure that sounds like a terrible description. And it probably is. But I like it. Often get asked very accusingly why I choose to live in Hungary of all places. I like it here, and that's all that matters. Even this tax office that I went to reminded me so much of 90s small town Scotland, because it was really just, I don't want to say shack, but it certainly didn't feel like a government office. There was no real system in place, just a bunch of chairs scattered around. Take your seat and wait for no one else to be seen to, and then she'll call out for you, and up you go. Fun and funny. Yeah, no real urgency. Why would anyone be in an urgent rush? Okay, this is a problem, isn't it? You're not going to come out, and same with you until I destroy this entire wall. And I don't think I'm in the destroy the entire wall game right now, because God knows what I could be taking out from under. Alright, these large pieces can wait then. I'm fairly certain over here, though, there were large pieces which did not have such problems. Let me through, please. Something weird here. What is that? Oh, I think we're going to find that they all have these problems. Absolutely, Ritsu. Comfy shipping. I do like this game. I like it a lot. But it's not a play forever game. In fact, as I was saying at the start, I think we have reached the bottom of the barrel in terms of content to be squeezed out of this game. But I do want to finish off the last real ship. Well, the biggest ship. There are 2 tier 3 ships that I have not done. But I figured if I were to do 1 or 2 of them, I'd be tired of the game before I get around to this one. Reach up there. Yeah, no. Okay, so much for dragging these things out. There's a lot of wall I need to take down to make that a reality. There's an easy way down to here, but again... No, I'm fairly confident I took out the gas mains, right? Let's take these walls down and have no fear. Let me through. Of course, I am hopeful that this game gets some good multiplayer going. I did play the multiplayer and I thought, oh man, this would be good if it weren't so bad. So hopefully someday it does get good. Is this the electricity? There we go. I think that is the last of the electricity to be turned off. Seems a poor show by the ship not to turn off their own electricity, but I guess if you're delivering ships to a scrapyard here, The priority is just get in, get the ship dumped, get paid, get out. Why would you hang around any longer than need be? Hang on, there is still more electricity flowing here. Oh god, there was another gas line! Right, well thank goodness I didn't destroy a wall that had more of that. Oof, okay. Should be able to pop this then. 3 gas valves. That is 2 more than we've ever seen before. Have you taken a look at Last Train Home? I did. I picked it up in the sale, I fired it up. I think I played 2 missions of it. Problem with that game is that it is an RTS through and through, and I really don't like RTS games. I was interested enough in the concept to still pick it up, but the jury's out on if I'm gonna clock many more, or clock any real amount of time in that game. Because RTS, real-time strategy, is such an antithesis. Okay, that's the gas line that's already been taken out. Yeah, I grabbed War Tales and Last Train Home in the sales. Those aren't the only games I took, but those are 2 games that I took on a bit of a gamble with, because I suspected I wouldn't like them very much. But War Tales came very heavily recommended, and I've had a lot of people, especially on YouTube comments, bring up Last Train Home. Yeah, it's got trains in it, it's got to be good, but RTS, man, oof. I knew many years ago that I don't like RTS, back when I was playing Age of Empires 2 on the PlayStation 2. Grim times, you know, the population limit on the PS2? 75. Oof. Bad times. Let's not romanticize them. Can I get you guys out? I think I could get that central one out if I took out these. Craning things out is a relatively high priority, because items on pallets are often items that you cannot get elsewhere. You can find gold, specific liquids, and if those are part of a contract, like say the acid and kerosene that Arturito needs, then not getting these craned out before we otherwise destroy them can cause some real issues. Right, there we go. Well, real issue being you don't get to 100% the ship. The game actually doesn't care that much about 100%, it's very lenient. As far as the game is concerned, if you... Where's my truck? There we go. If you complete the 3 contracts, and you find the collectible on the ship, then you have 100% of the ship. That gives you the check mark on the ship list in-game, and it gives you the achievement. That's very, I don't want to say generous of them, but almost untowardly generous of them. But it does make 100% in game that much easier. Not that I have cared about 100% in games in a long, long time. Alright, let's clean up these loose items, safe in the knowledge that I have probably disabled the gas. Good position of the truck there that I can actually reach it even from there. Excellent. These loose items have more goods than you might think. Let's look at some random items here. Low alloy steel off of you. Wood off of you, which we do need. Fan's got copper, got the monitor. I actually, even though I've played this game for quite a bit now, I still don't know what contributes towards equipment. Apparently, I have harvested 26 tons of equipment. You see it at the top there from left to right. It is metals, non-metals, liquids, and equipment. Well, what in the world is equipment? Is a monitor equipment? Is a mop equipment? What about a cardboard box? I don't know. I'm not sure the game ever explicitly says. Maybe it's every item that has a designation other than just steel, oil, and bits like that. But yeah, I don't actually know. Would probably be very, very easy to test. You just have to grab a few items, or even one at a time items, and bring them to the scrapyard. But I've not tested. Alright, you know what? I want a shortcut through here. Just get me through the wall. I love this freedom in the game. No path, make your own. I've grown increasingly tired of games with large amounts of set pieces. And conversely love games with elements of freedom like this. And that is good freedom. And this is good wood. I'm going to take out this whole room. So like I said, getting these contracts done early is a priority for me. Get them done early, I can afford some upgrades. Especially on that blowtorch. I absolutely don't need the rope, but I think by the end of today I will have everything fully upgraded. Like this, take out all the rivets and then just poke! And the room just falls apart. Each one of these planks here is between 8 and 10 kilos. How did I miss this corner? Unlike me. You're slacking, Jay. That's not even the whole story. There's more wood here, although I don't think I need it. No, but what I need are more desks. Like a house of cards, absolutely. I am no good at building houses of cards, though. How can the guy that perfected the Hanseatic trade claim that he's not into 100%ing games? I was very into Patrician 4. And what's more, games like that lend themselves to 100%ing in my view. Because there's always bigger and better you can be to a limit. And it just felt like, actually this is all weak justification, isn't it? I wanted to do it, so I did it. How about that? Yeah, checkmate. It's the best reason to do anything. I wanted to do it. It's also the best reason not to do something. I didn't want to do it. Sometimes I don't do stuff and people plead to me, why won't you do this? Well, I don't want to. But, no, I don't want to. My poor father, he had some friend of a friend, probably wanted to impress him or something. He was like, oh, you mind helping this guy out? He wants to get into game development, he wants to run ideas by somebody, and, you know, I said, oh, my son works in that, maybe you could help him out, I'll give you his contact details, you can chat. I just said, no, absolutely not. I don't know this person, I don't care about this person, I'm doing this with him. And that didn't go down so well. I suspect that it is some kind of promise that he had made, and now I'd gone and made things awkward. But you know what? Don't care, not my problem. I know that is a lambasted way of thinking, but I think it's good. Too many people take on problems that are absolutely not their problem. Okay, I already turned you off through the broken glass here. Which was clever of me, but it would have made some nice progression if you were forced to do that by taking a route down and taking out the gas. Then again, just give me that aluminium. Pretty sure that's needed, right? Yes, actually, we should be getting Oleg's contract done before Janahit's, because an excellent source of aluminium are these gas pipes. 10 kilos a pop per length of tubing, or length of pipe, or length of something. Not sure what you're made of. Copper. Do I need copper? Not anymore. I don't know where I've gotten all this copper. Possibly from stuff that I airlifted away. Airlifted. Crane lifted away. Even so, come to me. Oh yeah, yeah, never promise something on someone else's behalf. Rookie move. But you know how it is, sometimes you're just eager to impress someone, so you'll bend over backwards and think, I'll deal with the consequences in the future, I just need this person on my side. And then it all comes crashing down. Ooh, wow, nice! Nice texturing on the inside there, and completely unnecessary. How often do you look inside one of these? Also, this is proving difficult to... There we go. Difficult to pick up. I need one more bit of piping, or some other source of aluminium, and that is done and done right. No shortage of iron, but that's not what I need anymore. I need acid, kerosene, and fire extinguishers. But come on, just a little tickle of aluminium is all I'm looking for here. I doubt I'll find any in these toilets or toilet sinks. Again, gotta hand it to Bangladeshi Superman, that superhuman strength to simply rip a toilet and a sink out from where it stands. Some items like this are awkward, you can't pick them up for some reason, but trash the wall and they come down, and the multi-pickup goes and grabs the lot of them. As you upgrade your gloves, you're able to pick up more and more items in one single grab. I think that should have been the last of the fire extinguishers needed, surely? Surely. No aluminium around here, though. Are you made of aluminium? No, that would make no sense. I think aluminium is a good, big, heavy structure material. I wouldn't claim to know, though. I'm not an engineer. Although, as we've come to understand, we have plenty of engineering types around here that surely know better. Somebody even claimed to be a nautical engineer. Claimed makes it sound very accusatory, but I can't verify this information. I just gotta take your word for it. I don't like doing that. Oh, no! Crumbs. I don't like using these things. And I can't even get them out of here. Well, at least I didn't pay for those mobile thingamajiggers. Oh, but I already had goods in there. No, it was just crap that I picked up off the ground. No big deal. At what point does the truck get full? We have not reached the truck's capacity, and I think we managed to fill it with 50 tons of equipment, and it was still able to drive around. So I am under the impression that there is no limit. Come on, aluminium. Where have we seen some more gas piping? We find that, we find a lot. Monitor bits here, you're made of copper. Cardboard box, paper. At least paper is non-metal, it's not useless. Certainly a lot of aluminium in these items, but that's a lot more work than simply taking out the pipelines. We have seen those before, but where? Guessing you need to empty it to get the materials to upgrade. Yeah, it's one of the reasons that I don't like these mobile shipping container things is, yes, the materials in there are unavailable to you even for the contracts until you lift it out. And sometimes you can't because they're blocked. And in this case, you are blocked by all of that wall. Yeah. I don't think I put any aluminium in it though, so that's what I'll hope. Where in the world were more of those gas pipelines? Oh, never mind that. More desks to be had. In fact, this place looks relatively unexplored. What have I been doing? Not grabbing this stuff, that's for sure. Actually, in order to break the lore here, somebody pointed out that they're not speaking Bangladeshi here, they're speaking Hindi, or whatever they speak in the subcontinent. Don't care, it's still Bangladesh to me. I suspect that there is some Indian industry breaking down ships, but that's more what Bangladesh is known for. Well, I trust that's what it's known for. This is based on information I got when playing this game's prequel. I think somebody mentioned it plays in India. But it might just be a lot of Indian migrant workers over here breaking down ships. Alright, we did actually end up getting the first contract before we got Oleg's due to not finding 8 kilograms of aluminium. I do want that aluminium yet. But where is it hiding? Just a single pipeline is all this man needs. Acid and kerosene is going to be a different story altogether. What are you made of? Acid and aluminium. In fact, a lot of aluminium. However, actually no howevers. You shouldn't be very hard to get. Let's try it. Let's try harder. Whoa, okay. Stumbling all the way off the ship ain't good for us. I do appreciate this game having the rope, but I don't appreciate how janky it feels to use. Didn't want to use the J word there, but out it came. Problem with it is when you rope yourself up to something, you very often bash your knees. Meaning you end up just stumbling down away from where you wanted to be anyway. We're on Half-Life ladders, there we go. Yeah, ropes and explosives competing for which one's more disappointing. The explosives are such a missed opportunity in my opinion. I've already voiced this opinion to the devs. Perhaps a bit more constructively than that, at least. I'm not going to pretend that my voice has any weight in the matter. Come on over here. I want to watch this just fly away from me as well. Oh, wait, what in the world did I pick up that had aluminium in it? Because we finished off the second contract. Now it's just a case of finding acid and kerosene. Why is this not available? Bit. There's apparently an item over here blocking you. Okay, I don't think you like the wall here whatsoever. Well, hey, maybe explosives can make an appearance at last. Very disappointing. They only destroy the item that they are placed on. And it's direct adjacent if it's made a wall. I mean, it gets some things done nice and quickly, I suppose. Is that enough to bring you away? No. Oh god, you're gonna want all of this gone. That makes my life a little less pleasant. You know what? I've got so many bombs. Let's just use them. I bought hundreds of bombs. Don't even really know why. Just did. Felt like the right thing to do. But it wants all of this gone. Okay. Well, like I said, I've got them. I'll use them. I don't think there are any destructible items to particularly care about in terms of taking care of this. See what I mean? I want to get up there, but I keep bashing my knees against the railings there. Perhaps a clever person would have destroyed the railings first, but destroying railings is a pain. There's a lot of sawing going on, and you could simply take care of the floor beneath them. And I'm doing all this because I want to grab you. There is an argument that says just destroy the stuff that this is standing on, you'll get rid of it, but no, come on, I'm here to 100% this ship. Goes against the spirit of doing that if I simply destroy everything that's in my way. And destroy in this context means if you take out the floor beneath something that is large and needs to be craned away, you will lose that craneable object. And you probably aren't wanting to do that. And each of these explosives costs $15. This is not something I recommend doing. At least on the ships that are worth 2 or 3 figures. But when we're up at this level, you know, what's $15 to incredibly rich Bangladeshi Superman? Kaiser once again calling me blind, and I don't even know what for. Very cruel. I really hope it turns into a curse. Anyone that's ever called me blind. You know, maybe 5 years from now, maybe 15, but they wake up and they've developed nightmarish cataracts or worse. And they'll think back to all the times they called me blind. Good times. Well, I'd be laughing. Alright, there we go. Even if I hadn't somehow picked up that aluminium, you'll take care of it. And on top of that, 50 kilos of acid. Sadly, however, for me, I don't need 50 kilos of acid, I need 300. One for each Spartan warrior. Where am I going to find that much acid, though? I should check and see if the large machines over here contained any sizable amounts of acid. The answer is no. Oh, Is this going to turn into a problem? Surely not. If I were a giant load of acid on a sizable ship, where would I be? In this game, acid is usually found on those palleted items, but in this case, well, sure, that was 50 kilos, but it was nowhere near enough. I'm already blind. I probably have worse eyes than you ever did. Oh, great. You know, one thing I found was firing guns whilst wearing glasses, it feels awful. As such a gun-toting enthusiast, how do you cope with that? I hated wearing glasses, though. I think glasses look great on many people. I don't really care how they looked on me, but they felt awful. Always felt like having something between you and the world. I just go around the world unable to read signs. Isn't that a problem for driving? Actually, I forget if you can drive. No, surely you drive, right? You're American, you wouldn't be able to do anything if you couldn't drive. Come on down. There we go, that doesn't count as a big object, so we can happily destroy from underneath. It's only a big object if it needs to be craned away, and that one can just be destroyed. No harm, no fuss. Acid, acid, acid. Search goes on. We're still early days on this ship. We'll be more into the mid and late game when we're truly trashing it, or rather when we're trying to figure out how best to trash the ship. Once we've secured all the things that can be craned away, and once we... Oh, hello. The collectible pair of flip-flops. Pirates love gold so much for a reason. They believe that this precious ore brings good luck, and it's magical. And that's why these flip-flops are a collectible. This game does have parts where I think, is there some kind of in-joke here? Is there a joke we're not getting? It's made by Poles. Maybe there's some wordplay between gold and flip-flop. I know for a fact that we have some Polish viewers right now. Perhaps they can shed some light on this mythical Central European humor. You think it's an anime reference? You think? There's nothing Polish here like more than One Piece. I've not seen One Piece, but hang on. That's a show about pirates. Really weird art style with massive grins. Oh well, at least I found the collectible, which means I don't need to worry about tearing this place down and not being able to find it in the debris. Not that I was ever going to worry. Oh, good lord, deconstructing ships in bare feet or flip-flops? Heavens, no. I don't think I'd even trust steel toe-cat boots. I don't want my full-on mech suit doing a job like this. Seems like an ideal way to get yourself injured. One slip with one of these saws, running around, drop the hammer, break my toes, break my foot. I've never broken a bone in my life, at least not one of my bones. Fairly certain I broke a kid's leg back in the day, but those days are behind me, surely. But me, I'm unbreakable. By accident, right? No. Absolutely not. The kid was late on his coal shipments. No. Believe it or not, I don't live my life the way I play Frostpunk. Well, I don't have the opportunity to. Is that our lot? It's our lot for up here. But this quest for acid and kerosene is going to bother me. Is there some sizable, palatable goods that I've completely missed? Because I'm quite certain that you don't find acid and kerosene anywhere other than craneable items. And I am here to 100% this ship. We need to do a tour of the craneable items that I haven't gotten yet. And make absolutely sure where those goods are, because if I accidentally destroy them, I will have no choice but to restart the ship. Well, actually, I'll have the choice to not bother with that and just write it off as, oh well, we didn't 100% this, but I don't want to do that. As we've ascertained, these contain no fluids whatsoever. So what else is there around here? All the same item. Let's confirm that. Yes, high alloy steel and copper. And what's more, pathetic amounts of it. It's not even really worth your time to get these, which is a little sad. Can I go up through there? No, I cannot. What have I missed then? Hope I'm not accidentally destroying vital support for some other bits. Hello, aluminium, copper. More material, but not liquids. Some ships have husband cargo. Husband cargo. Right, well, let's look into that. That does remind me that I have seen a ship before that was trailing behind it another shipping container. And I don't think I've checked. Well, I did it once around the ship, but I suppose I was looking for one of those. I'll have a check. Okay, no, I thought this might unveil somewhere new. Is this guy just indestructible, or is there a way to get injured? There is no way to get injured in this game that I have found. The worst that can happen is you go up and directly hug a radioactive cargo pallet, and all that will do is send you to sleep, and then you wake up in your home having lost absolutely nothing. It's a bit of a shame, but this game might be worse if it played out with injuries. Alright, Jings, I am struggling. I am quite certain we have not accidentally destroyed any cargo, so there must be something pretty well hidden. Perhaps beneath here. I don't think we've gone to truly lower levels, so let's throw caution to the wind for a second. And take the caretaker's entrance. Let's go. Ah, yes, there are these very large items. I think I'll speed up the process a bit and take the... Actually, you know what? I will very speed up this process. Taking a dive. That could be considered a pretty good use for explosives. It was still very expensive. Again, there's no liquid in these things. Oh, hello. No, but that's oil. We already have all the oil. We specifically need acid and kerosene. Where is it all hiding? This looked really promising. No, don't make me fall. No, we've not destroyed any cargo. At least not to my knowledge. We have been quite careful about airlifting out everything we see when we see it, as long as it's reasonably accessible. Again, high alloy steel, aluminium. And if I had accidentally destroyed something, I'm sure people would have been on my case about it, like we were when we accidentally the entire gas main on a previous ship. So yes, oil here, gold, steel, aluminium. What's a Bangladeshi man to do? He's to constantly bang himself here, come on. Curse the rope. One of the sadder items in the game. It's so cool though, that's what hurts about it. Seems nice and simple, right? It's pretty much the Legend of Zelda hookshot, but you can use it anywhere. Well, almost anywhere, but just constantly bashing your knees and falling is a detractor for using it. Honestly, I think it should just have no clip qualities. This could be a clue. Gas tanks are only made of steel, though. But this does indicate that I haven't checked this area out much or enough. Air tanks, plastics. Oh yeah, this is where the gas valve was, though, so we've taken care of that. Where, oh where could the acid be? Yeah, the Just Cause parachuting always felt really good. I played a whole lot of Just Cause 2. I never 100%ed it, but that game takes a certain kind of twisted mentality to 100%. How many times are you going to tear down exactly the same rebel stronghold in the name of spreading chaos before you just go crazy? Acid and kerosene. Where in God's name could they be? And I do really want them. They must be available. I don't think there's something that's bugged out, otherwise we would have heard about it on this game's discussion forums, which is where I was trolling around to see if there were issues with the DLC boats, and yeah, there absolutely were. Alright, I didn't check around the back here for a dragged cargo hold. No. Maybe the pallets on the ship's front. Does the ship have pallets on the front? I assume this is the front. There's also one in the rear cage, if I remember correctly. So says Pandy. Aluminium and copper, not what I'm after. Don't mind me. Steal the lighting whenever possible. Nothing down here, and I think it's just, yeah, it's just ship hull underneath. Gas tank, unfortunately not full of acid or kerosene. Probably counts as equipment, if I had to guess. What's here, by the way? Let's find out. Ah, it's just a shortcut over to these large contraptions once more. Well, I am running out of ideas. If you have an idea, I want to hear it. Oh! I think I see something. Certainly a room that I have not entered. Let's see if we can get there through other means. It's starting to smell like an unexplored area. Now this is good, I like this. Better exploration than Skyrim. I'd say the same about Starfield, but that's undeserved. I haven't played that game. Can't imagine I would. The question came up a lot, actually, if I was going to play... Now, I can't remember if it was Starfield or the other one, Star Sector. But people thought I was taking the mick by mixing the two up, and no, I absolutely was not. I thought Starfield was being talked about. But while I have not played Starfield, I have played Star Sector, and I don't like it. Just something feels off about it. I don't like the... As 2D games go, I don't think it feels good. Hello, 300 kilos of acid, and the final remaining bits of kerosene hidden right at the back here. Okay, well, thank goodness we found you. That's going to give me massive peace of mind. As long as I get you out of here, we will safely be able to 100% this ship. I want to make sure I'm not going to destroy anything untoward here. You are below this. There are no other items here that I need to worry about because you're all below. Alright then. There's only one reasonable path forward, and that's to get explodey. Actually, there's nothing reasonable about this, and honestly, I shouldn't be doing this, just in case it accidentally causes some chain reaction that destroys the pallet, but... You know what? I don't use my explosives enough. You might have hoped that would topple the whole thing, but there was no way that was covering enough of the rivet points. Right. You gotta go, though. Oh, right, I just passed right through it because it's destroyed. I intend to topple this thing if I can. And that should allow me to airlift this out. I could get it out by just taking care of this wall, but I figure if I'm taking care of that wall, why not just take care of everything? At least along this very back part. Hold on a second, did I see Bangladeshi man with a kunai? You absolutely did. Huzzah! This is how you get around in Bangladesh, don't you know? Rope movement in this game looks better than it feels, sadly. Ropes and explosives, the two pillars of disappointment in this game. It's otherwise a highly enjoyable game. I recommend this game to anybody who kind of likes menial work in their video games. If you're the kind of Germanic individual that comes home from a long day of working in a shipping warehouse and what you do to unwind is load up Forklift Simulator whilst chanting that work will set you free, then this, I think, is the game for you. Making it all the more surprising that it's made by Poles. Made by Poles for Germans, perhaps? The simple reason for Torch and Radio, and for that matter Crane, is that I can't afford them. I don't have the liquids for the Crane upgrade. And I don't think that's going to change now, because this takes all my acid, kerosene, and oil. And the other upgrades cost about $4,500 dues each. I have 3.2 thousand, but the contracts that I'm going to get here, by airlifting this out, should allow me to afford one or both of them. Especially combined with selling my excess metals. I have saved up an outrageous amount of metals. 164 tons of metal. It sells for 2 cents per kilogram. But that's fine. Divide 164,000 by 50, and you have the value in dollars that I can make by selling all of that. And hey, it's not doing anything for me if I don't sell it. So you're here. If I want to take all this down, I need to take these walls down as well as anything else that's supporting you. Well, I'll get to work. We'll have it down. You know what? I might really not enjoy using explosives for this. It destroys auxiliary rivets, making it a little annoying that I look up and go, oh, there's no rivet there on that connector. Whereas if I was doing this just... oh, don't take out the floor. If I was just doing this with my hammer, I'd already have taken them out nice and sequentially. Ball. These kinds of iron slabs, great sources of iron for the contracts. Kind of funny, I think you make a lot more materials out of just destroying the ship rather than grabbing the pallet parts. The pallets more rope into the, well I say pallets, I mean all craneable items. They rope more into the contracts when they want items like gold, kerosene, that you can't otherwise strip off the ship, which is good. A good motivation to actually take care in destroying the ship, because you certainly don't care about your own well-being. Bangladeshi man can take it all. Yeah, I'm being quite ginger about the floor rivets. Maybe not ginger enough, but I think a lot of these didn't have floor rivets to begin with. But yeah, it's of vital importance that I do not take out the floor underneath this. And actually just looking at it, already looks a little unsteady on its feet, doesn't it? Okay, let's not destroy anything else close to you. My main target is to bring all of this down. Which I shall endeavour to. Piece by piece, just like that Caesar 3 map. I was actually reviewing Caesar 3 maps on C3 Haven. There haven't been any recent Caesar 3 maps that have caught my eye. For what it's worth, I don't have the Caesar 3 itch, but I know it'll be back. I will always have a hunger for Caesar 3. I'm not even going to take the floor out from under this thing, even though I hate to deconstruct the stairs manually. Can't risk there being a chain reaction on the floors. Good old Caesar 3. Okay, it's not that much still holding up all of this. I suppose that this can be taken care of. Easy does it. That took out a fair few floor rivets, but there's still rivets there and here, which is keeping everything together. Don't know to what degree these bars are keeping the walls up. It's remained unclear to me as I've played this game. But walls first and then bars. Walls a big obvious point. Easy does it. Okay. I'm going to take out the corner bit here as well. Then I'm going to take out that boardwalk thing. Then I'm going to start taking out these bars. And at least the bars I should be able to take out without worrying about anything, really. Okay. Take you out. The itch is just in the winter quarters with the legions. I don't follow, but yes. The itch will return in earnest, I'm certain. It always does. Some games one just cannot tire of. Actually, for this I don't mind using my bombs. Plop. Plop. Shebang. Whoa! Okay. Mission accomplished. Or did it? I'm seeing a lot of upstanding bits here. But that's fine, because I can take out the upstanding bits, courtesy of the floors, because I'm free to take out the floors once I airlift these parts out. The pallet can just be lifted out, the other parts need to be unsecured. I had a suspicion that it wasn't these things holding it up, but rather the walkway. I don't know how this game judges those kinds of things, though. I mean, when does it determine that there's going to be a critical point that causes everything to fall down? Does it do calculations of mass and connectors and say, okay, you were being held up by 20 objects and now you're being held up by 5. If you go down to 3, you're going to explode. Or do the breakpoints work differently? I don't know. And, well, honestly, I don't care. But it is a tad bit interesting. And the position of my truck is not ideal here. If this was multiplayer, Those are the sort of tasks that could be divvied out. Or if I was ridiculous, I could bring down one of the mobile platforms, but the mobile platform can only hold, I believe, 1 ton of equipment, so 4 of these boxes, and it would be full. We've upgraded our box capacity to absolute maximum. They can hold 240 kilos. Bless this game for using the metric system. Now you! Put my mind at ease and get that thing taken away, and let's go and get some much deserved upgrades for our troubles. I shouldn't even need to take the truck, because as long as it's just in the truck, that's sufficient. I think it's 2 tons, but it's still laughable. 2 tons, 1 ton, like if it's less than 10 tons, it is insufficient. But the mobile shipping containers, which it took me a while to realize this, you bring out your crane and then you hold right click and then you select the mobile cargo being deployed. They cost $50 each, and that is a lot of hamburgers in Bangladesh. There we go, Crivens. That one piece was vital to this extremely expensive contract, which is, I suppose, part of why the Aramano is not a good grinding ship. If you just wanted to grind money, that's a lot of work to go through for the $4,000 claim. And on top of that, the ship costs $2,000, so a lot of work for 2K? Nah. If you want to grind money, get the Fuso and do this contract. I did it in the previous segment of this game. You can get this done in a few minutes. You can do it certainly a lot faster than me if you memorize where these are. My memory is not cut out for that. But you'll make a profit on, of over $7,000 just doing this contract. It'll take you a few minutes. On top of that, if you are in need of materials, there's a huge amount of stuff that can be very easily craned away, each weighing in at about 1.6 tons. So there are ways to grind up big time in this game. But, you know, I think that's optimizing the fun out of the game personally. Different people are going to find different fun, especially in a game like this, but I find my fun in 100% scrapping these ships. Oh, that's right, with all this money, and actually that's more money than I was expecting, it should be possible to max out everything but the crane, because the crane requires a lot of liquids. Torch upgrade to 10, rope upgrade to 10. And that was just us buying the blueprints. You actually need to go to the forge and get them completely done, which costs even more money, a very strange way of staggering it. But let's do torch first. Oof, uses up even more of my liquids that I just do not have enough of, but I'll take it anyway. Another achievement get for that. Rope upgrade, level 10, achievement get. Crane upgrade needs another ton of liquids. I wonder if there's a way to very quickly get those liquids. Well, it would increase the crane speed from 200% to 300%. I don't think that's necessary. Also, it might be worth checking just how much we could make if we sold everything. I won't sell, but that's some good money. 3,000 Bangladeshi dollars for my metals, and similar for my equipment. Nice, but absolutely not being done. Do you use the mixed-in Imperial units typically in the UK, or are you full metric? I can work with Imperial, but I am certainly more comfortable with metric. We still have miles and feet and yards in the UK, but I've also not lived in the UK for 8 years, 9 years, coming up to a decade. Do I miss it? Do I buggery? Right, let's get these removed while we're at it. And now it becomes a lot easier to make decisions about destroying this ship. We have all the contracts. There are no particular items that we seek, and even if we accidentally destroy something, it's not the end of the world. Of course, I will never purposefully destroy any part of the ship. Well, irredeemably destroy. Like taking the floor out from underneath you. would destroy you and not get me the paltry amount of materials. Look at this thing. It's only got 250 kilos of metals on it. And I can fit 240 kilos of metals in this box from things that I can destroy much quicker. But again, that's not the point, is it? The point is getting every scrap. I do kind of wish this game had the same bar that Hard Space Shipbreaker has. I can't believe I've been playing this for an hour 30 before I finally mention Hard Space Shipbreaker. The game that always comes up during these streams. Point is, in Hard Space Shipbreaker, they actually have a pretty good bar that indicates how much of the ship you have properly dismantled, and it only matters up to about 90%, so you don't need to get every nut and every bolt, which is good, because that is just an exercise in aggravation, in my humble and correct opinion. Alright, we've got you ready to go. Out you come. I'll clean up a bit, and once you're gone, I can take out the floor and maybe even start tearing apart this part of the ship. Extends a little bit further into the rest of the ship than I may like, but we can get to work on that. It has to be done eventually. Unlike the weekly one-shot, the only one you'd cheat would be yourself, precisely. Well, then again, I was cheated in the weekly one-shot, so I took matters into my own hands. That despawning box and the dumb waiter. Can't believe the game did that to me. I expected better out of Mistwood. Escape from Mistwood Manor, that is. I'm under the impression that there is an erotic game with a similar name. Given ideas of erotic. Been a while since we've seen the forever climbing glitch. I'm pretty sure I've been able to trigger it with the ladder on the side of one of these boats. But mostly I get it on the destructible ladder. Alright, see, there we go. That one rivet was holding together this entire floor. If I had accidentally that rivet, which thinking about it wouldn't be possible because the pallet was on it, but it would have destroyed the pallet and gotten rid of my possibility for every contract being complete here, unless we have missed yet another pallet, which is teeming with oil and kerosene. Could happen. Very unlikely, though. Okay, let the wholesale destruction begin. The only remaining things that I need to train out are on very low levels that I'm not going to accidentally destroy. Well, I can't see that happening at the very least. What happens if you're halfway up a ladder as a crane takes away a part? If you are in the way of the crane will simply freeze until you are out of the way. Interestingly enough, there are some issues with the DLC ships where the crane doesn't care if you're there or not. I'm not sure if any of those parts have ladders on them, though. None of them come to mind. The annoying thing about DLC ships is that they're the more interesting ships in the game. It's just that they're buggy. Well, I suppose the Tier 1 one had no real bugs with it, but the Tier 2 ship did, and I've heard a lot of reports about the Tier 3 ship that make me not want to do it. Get down, show me that hull. Going to be a lot of saw blading to get rid of these girders, though. I suppose that's one reasonable advantage time-wise of using explosives. They blow up the wall and the girders underneath. Well, you just get so many materials out of the floors here. Crazy. I did not expect this game to suck me in as well as it did. Maybe it should have been a given. Because even though Ship Graveyard Simulator 1 is kind of crap, I still sunk, what, like 10 hours into that game? And in that game, as a recap, the only thing you can really do is destroy equipment on a ship. There are little nodes of equipment. You destroy them, you get their goods. You don't actually destroy the ship itself whatsoever. You don't tear apart the floors, or the walls, or the doors. You don't crane away any of the hull. You just go onto a ship and you go, oh, here's a pallet. Here's a bit of rigging. Well, not even that. The rigging stays up. Now here's an oil drum. Here's an electrical box. Yeah, you destroy those, sure, but who cares? I'm here to destroy ships. I am very happy that they actually rectified that big time in the follow-up game. And it's not surprising because on the discussions and the reviews and whatnot for the first game, endless requests of I want to destroy the ship. And it makes me wonder why they didn't do that in the first place. Was the whole game intended just to be shovelware? How could you make a game called Ship Graveyard Simulator and not destroy ships in it? I don't understand. But whatever the case, they came back with a second game and actually delivered. I've been very happy with this game. But as I said, this is the last I intend on streaming of it unless the game has a really good update and or gets multiplayer up and running properly. The current multiplayer tests are not very good. In fact, they're bad. They feel like alpha. Not alpha gamma community pillar here, but they feel like they are in an alpha state. Barely works. Incredibly janky. Extremely limited as well. You only have access to 2 ships. You can't save. No good lobbying. It's just awful, right? Let's be honest. The multiplayer for this game is currently awful. But it's in a testing phase. Most of the games with simulator in the name are shovelware. That is probably categorically correct. I'm sure if you stood them all side by side and said shovelware, not shovelware, ranking them as such, then yeah, shovelware would be the majority. But the thing is, there are very good simulator games. The truck simulator games are really the bastions of quality in the genre, but they're not alone. And whilst some of them aren't amazing, there are ones that are still enjoyable, and I wouldn't say shovelware. Of course, there's also joke games. What is there, Shower with Your Dad Simulator? I don't actually know if that's any good. I haven't played it, but it certainly appeared on my Steam recommendations. Hey, you play simulator games, play Shower with Your Dad Simulator. I would rather not. I don't think my dad watches my streams, but you know, maybe one day he goes, oh, you know, maybe I should check in, see what wee Jake is up to. And he sees me playing that. Oh god. Yeah, Bus Simulator is quite good. Funnily enough, I didn't come back to it, but I did also play like 18 or 20 hours of the game. I think that's plenty. But going around and harassing people for their tickets and finding them on the spot if they didn't have it, now that felt good. More games need harassment in them. Practically making half the money on my routes, just harassing people for their tickets. Harassing the same people multiple times. Getting up at a red light to go through the bus and demand people show me their tickets. Excellent stuff. Couldn't get enough. Okay, this is kind of close for taking out the back area here. Is it one big item? It is one big item, and it is big. Get me over here for a moment. Please, please stop bashing your knees on everything. There we go. I do need to take out a lot more of this to get access to it, which does make me wonder if it's worth the effort right now. There's a lot to destroy on this ship, that is for sure. That is for dang sure. But it's one of those things that needs to get done anyway, and eventually. So... no... Truth be told, this entire bit could do with coming down. And even that wouldn't be enough, because I'd need to take out the lower levels. What would Brian Boitano do? Also, those levels do go quite low. But that's okay, the equipment is very low. I don't really run a risk of destroying the ground level equipment here. He's thinking, he's thinking. In a situation like this, I think my best bet is to go all the way down here and detach the ship from the edges. That's going to make it a lot easier to have the center parts crumble down. That means a lot of rivet hammering, but I think Bangladeshi Man is up for the challenge. I've been hearing about some people falling asleep to this game. Are these sound effects really that great for falling asleep to? Not sure the slam, slam, slam makes for adequate white noise, but you do you. I think I missed a backside there. There we go. Suffer not the rivets. Then again, some people were falling asleep to Frostpunk, and I was yelling at people to get to work in that, so... heavens knows. Personally, I like to fall asleep to absolute silence. Then again, I grew up way out in the countryside, so... nighttime was, to me, absolutely pitch black. And at worst, you might hear some cattle rustling about in the background. Do I miss such a rural life? I don't know, but I don't think so. I think I like suburban a lot more than I like completely rural. Gosh, that was a lot of rivets, and that was just... top side. I need to hit the bottom as well. Clicking quite fiercely today because my mouse is seeing its final days now. I don't think I'll ever buy a Logitech mouse ever again. They have degraded in quality unacceptably. And I'm starting to think it's been done on purpose. They switched out their quality switches for god-awful Chinesium. The double clicking is infuriating, and I think they've done it to have one of those razor blade models where everybody's mouse fails, so they gotta go back and buy another one. So I'm switching over to Asus now. I forget the name of it, but I was recommended an Asus mouse. Hopefully there is a double clicking behind me. That was just one set of rivets. When we destroy these, there's going to be an equal number behind them. Maybe? Where's the floor part there? Maybe I took out more of the rivets than I thought. This is a bit of a bummer though. I'm going to have a lot of boxes to tweak back the way. Oh well. Them's the breaks. Cool. Actually, this might be one of the cases where you should just leave the boxes here. Gather them up later. That would actually be faster than going back through the truck every time. There's another argument that says don't even pick up the goods that are falling here, but I don't buy that. Fallen pieces can get in the way of rivets. You could pass by and think, oh, there's no rivets here, but it's being obfuscated by some collapsed wall or similar. Downside is I'm going to have those flashing boxes bothering me, but the devil you know and all that. That was actually quite good. It's exposed a lot of the center part, make it for much easier collapsing. Don't want to collapse these things accidentally. Well, actually, I do. Don't like them. Maybe I will. Let me just get rid of you. Let's do it expensively as well. Get on out of here. What? Get on out of here. Come on now. Wow. There we go. So that's an example of taking out the floor underneath something, and it will completely destroy itself into nothing. In this case, that was a mobile shopping basket thing, which I do not care for. Okay. So isolate the center from the big side parts. I wonder, can I take you out? There's some central connectors here, which I might regret getting rid of. Are they central? No, I think you're bigger than I thought. Maybe I need to take you out as well. That's really fast ghost upgrade. I don't believe the vision on this guy. It is not destroyed on the connectors here. Are there more further down? That doesn't seem likely. Can't really tell from here if there's a more central part. Let's make some advancements. Again, doesn't particularly matter. All this stuff needs to be destroyed anyway, so we're just getting it out of the way here and now. Where's my truck? Off you go. No, there does not appear to be a central connection. And yet there's something that needs to be detached, and when it's that, it's usually just something to saw through or something to torch. It would be quite specific if there was, say, a wall in the way. All mean. It's almost certainly not you, but whilst I see you, let's take you out. In fact, I think there are a whole load of these on this level that I haven't taken out, so let's change that. Again, it needs to be done eventually. that's so nice and fast. And with such an amazing decompression noise. Oh, who doesn't like that? Now I need to get this game too, says Theodore. I already spent too much time in spaceship disassemble game already. In terms of pure gameplay, oh god, I turned myself around. I think I'm going this way. In terms of pure gameplay, I would rate Hard Space Shipbreaker above this, but there's no mandatory union sign-up in this game. There's nobody talking to you whatsoever aside from your man on the crane, and he's only talking about the job, and he only speaks when you speak to him. And that's ideal. Okay, I think I did my rounds there, but this is still apparently connected somehow. What connector do you still have? Perhaps there's one topside. In fact, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure I saw one topside. Fun. There we go. Yes, there we go, right. This should open things up a fair bit. Center part as well? Yes. Alright, take it away. I have a feeling the wall will get in the way of you, but I live in hope that it does not. Bye-bye. Boy, it seems like a delicate operation. That's why the crane guy makes the big bucks. Yeah. Oh, right. That's different. It's adjusting out over the top. It shall be taken care of, though. Multiplayer for this game just seems so appealing. I think it'd be really nice to turn around and realise that someone's already taken out sizable chunks of the ship, divvying up the workload, starting from one end to the other and meeting in the centre like you're building the American railway. Except in this case you're deconstructing, and there's no trains. An unrealised dream, though. You gotta wait. What's your problem? No, really, what's your problem? Maybe it was that piece that had fallen over, somehow blocking it? Nah, they don't care about falling over pieces. Don't know. Marvin suspects it is the stairs. It is explicitly pointing to something here, though. How's that? That's concerning. There's some kind of invisible element here blocking its ascent. I don't know what to make of that. I'll try reloading if none of this helps. And then again, reloading didn't help with issues I had before. I wonder if the boxes remain on reload. Maybe it needs me to winch off this side of the ship first. Which can be done if all of the connectors are destroyed. It might be a fair bit of work though. I'm not playing this game to work, am I? No, I don't have to. Yeah, I'm really starting to think it's the winch. Side of the hull that needs winching off. That is a fair bit of work. Might come back for that later then. Oh, hello. Where are all those hiding? Another one here as well. Could that have been the problem? No, still something here. Unsure. Are there no elements close enough to place a bomb there? I believe there are not. Bombs appear to only be placeable on walls, which can be a problem if you take out the wall, but there's still something underneath that's bugged out and you need to try and blow it up. Well, you don't have a connection to do so anymore. Were all those underneath the walls? Probably. I also haven't worked my way across this part to isolate the center, so I better get on that. Also, I didn't pick you up yet. I took out the connectors. But again, oh hey, there we go! Maybe it can be triggered with... I'm starting to think this could be triggered on any ladder that is on a removable piece of equipment. Oh, look at that, we've got ships out there. We've got another ship back there, but that's inaccessible. You can't really go into the water here. But we can get a lovely view of the Bangladeshi coastline by doing our little miming act. Gravity works differently in Bangladesh. This is fine by me. This gives me a little break to grab a drink. Gotta stay well hydrated during this kind of work. And from up here we get to see what the world is made of. There's actually a surprisingly well-detailed shanty village behind us. I think we went and explored it before? Or did we? No, I think as far as we got was being dropped into the metal squisher machine over there in the workshop. I think it's called the warehouse, that's it. Getting up to that skybox though. Oh god, there's more ships out there than I thought. We still going up? Yeah, we are still going up. I hope you don't have a fear of heights, folks. On top of everything else, Bangladeshi man is also climbing extremely quickly. Climbing ladders is exhausting. I remember having to climb a particularly high ladder when checking out a fire station's water supply. And whoo, cribbins. Alright, that should be high enough. Let's see if we can go over into the shanty town. Oh, I might not have gone far enough. We've got to get behind the fence that wraps every... Oh, can I land here? Oh, wow, that thing can actually be landed on. Cool. Might be able to become the crane operator. But yeah, textured, but no collision back here. No, don't warp me back. I want to find the people here, see? He's just like me. Thank you. Oh, he's hammering a wall for the ships are over there. A happy guy just going around picking up whatever he can find. The real runts of the workforce work on these scrappy old boats. This makes me think that the game was planning on making it larger like it was in the first game. We upgrade parts of your wee shanty town and hire people. Maybe they built this for that, but then didn't realise that ambition. Or possibly they just built this because they wanted to make the area seem more alive. I can't speak for them because I don't know. It's also weird that they put this little thing in there, go back, you have ships to disassemble. They must have had issues where people were going out of bounds and getting stuck, so they added that in to warp you back, but warped back we are. I almost forgot what I was doing prior to that, but that's okay, I remember. Do the trees have collision? I believe so, but that would be because the game has trees over here with collision. Yeah, we have collision on those trees, so it makes sense that those are just copied around the area. Alright. I want this thing to be free. Free to fly away. So get out of here. Nothing up top, one would hope. Huh. Take out more here than I thought. Again, there's nothing vital on this. In fact, there isn't even that much material on it. No, I tell a lie. Half a ton of iron is pretty good material. It's no Fuso 1.8 tons of gunship to take out. And there are multiple of those, but it's still something. Damn you, rope. You could be so cool, but you're so annoying to use. That's not really the rope anymore, the kunai. Right, point is this has got to go. So bye-bye. These floors as well. Boy, I've already used about 40 explosives. They're already paid for though, and they're never going to see any other use, so why save them? Are you willing to go now? Maybe not as long as this thing remains. Is that sufficient? Huh, no, standing on the problem. Okay. Something even more disappointing explosives can't handle. There we go. It's a good idea to take the pieces off the top as well. Oh, managed to trigger it twice in a row. And that's useful because I wanted to get over the top so that I could throw this into my truck. Maybe after you do this ship, you could try to disassemble a Fuso using only Yeah, no, I'm not touching that ship. Once I'm done with this ship, I am done with the game. It's unlikely we'll ever see it on the stream again. But I did want to take care of the biggest ship in the game. Just seemed like a good point to round the whole campaign off. Could we even call this a campaign? Not really. Not a long play or anything, just a game that caught my eye. And it's important to me to just stream whatever catches my eye. I'd hate to feel typecast just on one game. I'd feel like a PlayStation. Ah, that's right, I was working on these rivets and then I completely got sidetracked. Did I ever take you away? Ah, no, I was meant to work on those and I didn't. Shame on me for leaving a job half done. Bangladeshi Superman is meant to be made of better stuff than that. There's just so much to destroy on a ship this size. I actually think in retrospect I prefer the smaller ships. It's a tighter experience. One of the things about these larger ships is you end up bashing apart the same kind of bits over and over again. But I think for some people that's going to be more satisfying. Going to feel more like a job well done if you tear apart something big rather than one of the very small ships you see early on. Even so, I think I prefer the smaller ships. Right, you've got to go. Do we have a way up from here? Yes, we do. Yes, we absolutely do. Is this the part that's got to go? No. This is the part that's got to go. Alright, well, like I said, we have the explosives. No point not using them. Farewell. Farewell. Nice. Yeah, if it were up to me, I'd so redo how this game does explosives. Right, are you willing to go now? Absolutely, but it's covered in junk, and that junk will go flying all over the place if I don't take it off at first. Fortunately, we can pick things up rapidly thanks to our incredibly good gloves. It's very funny that the first glove upgrade is just wrapping a bit of snakeskin around your wrist. Oh, crikey. Did that send any of it flying? Just this one bit. Huh? Part of me is wondering if I can winch disassembly you yet. You have to take out all the floor connectors first. I'm not sure if you also have to take care of all the girder connections. Well, I suppose that would make a lot of sense. Let's try it. Let's try and winch this thing off. What a weird connection. Get up there. It is quite large, though. Quite large and quite connected. Yeah, the people advocating for bomb use don't seem to understand just how disappointing the bombs are in this game. Very satisfying game. I don't want to drag it through the mud just because a few elements of it feel a little ill-conceived. Can't think of a better game for this aside from Hard Space Shipbreaker. Either with the mute button active and frequent tea breaks, or using that mod that removes the storyline, which I have yet to look into, but I actually reinstalled Hard Space Shipbreaker with the intention of trying out that mod. There's a mod on Nexus, which is the one-stop shop for mods outside of Steam Workshop. Well, it's a stop. Anyway, it has a no storyline mod for Hard Space Shipbreaker, and I do want to try it out. Who knows, it might rekindle my love for the game. Somebody tried it and told me about it, but I prefer to do my own research on matters like this. Why don't you use explosives to open a tea bag for you? Or are they too disappointing to even do that? I suppose the problem is it would destroy the tea inside as well, given how the explosives work here. Because they'll destroy wall, but also the bits inside the wall. Expanding that analogy to tea bags, I don't think it would be a good idea, but the idea is nonsense to begin with. Please stop bashing your ankles on everything, man. Oh, and I took out the stairway. It's okay though. Hoop. Oh, okay. Maybe it's okay. Oh, just down we go, down we go. Took out the stairway and the walkway. Perhaps I'm causing myself too many issues. All in the name of winching this thing down. It's a weirdly attached bit of this, isn't it? Right. There are going to be a lot of different parts to winch off, of that I'm certain. And let's get a feel for the first one. I think we winched parts off in the Tier 2 warship, the one that we couldn't finish because some glitched out parts of it. And winching is really quite funny because of how inconsequential it looks. Whilst a lot of the movements and the actions in this game have a lot of heft to it, winching is an exception to that. One of the more disappointing things about Shipbreaker was that you start with the goal of paying off your debt, and then at the end of the story, the debt's just forgiven. Doesn't feel like I earned it. Yeah, imagine that. You're playing through Animal Crossing, and a wee bit into it, Tom Nook just goes, "Oh, well, you know what? You've shown me the error of my ways. The house is yours for free. Here's all the upgrades as well, you know." Chipping away at that debt is one of the many things you keep loading up Animal Crossing for. And the nice thing is there's a lot of different ways to go about it. If all you want to do is pick the fruits each day and sell those, well, more power to you, but do try planting a mine tree. My knowledge of Animal Crossing might be horrifically outdated. Most of the time I spent, I played the Animal Crossing on the Nintendo DS. What was that even called again? The first one on the DS. Not the first Animal Crossing, but the first handheld one. I know there was one for GameCube. There was even one for the Nintendo 64. Oh, Christ. I just felt everything shudder beneath me. I think this can be winched off now then. But this cannot. That worries me. Alright, winch. I think it's the lack of sound effects on that that make it really not have any heft to it. It's just kind of comical. But it's a not insignificant ton of steel, so I'll be having that. Right, you didn't want to come off, and my question is why? Did I miss a solder point? Or do we have that invisible, maybe, stairway getting in the way? Nice access to the ship from here, though. Not the ship, the truck. The truck that's currently carrying 18 tons of equipment. These parts, perhaps. Is it going to visibly sag? Not yet. Actually, this part got winched without taking care of these. So what is stopping you being winched? Maybe these floor connections? And stop the other one. Hi, new update patch for this game is on the way today. Some bugs and issues will be fixed, says Hypnotica. It's promising. Oh man, much easier to get the boxes out there now. Excellent. No more Stairway to Heaven, perhaps. Alright, that's you winched off. What about you? You're the part that I want winched off. Might be this connector point here. Let's give it a go. Hop. Well, you know what? We have explosives. We'll use explosives. I've been really tight-fisted on using them for a fairly long while now. Yeah, of all the games I've ever streamed, this has got to be the one that I've had the most people go, oh well, I've ended up buying it because of this. Not even State of Decay or Frostpunk. Which I have mixed feelings on. But hey, more people enjoying good games has got to be great, right? Still don't know what adjacencies you need destroyed on this. That's been smelted. That was smelted. You don't have any lower down, do you? I don't think you do. None of the others did. Couldn't hurt to check, though, could it? Couldn't hurt, he says. You think it's the top bit? Alright, I'll check the top bit once we've taken care of this. Get out of here. Yeah, no, there's nothing down below here. Looks like there are parts where it could be here, but it does not. Again, these things aren't much of a concern because I'm not going to be destroying the very bottom of the floor anytime soon. And I do intend on grabbing every last scrap of this ship. So that's been taken off, that's been taken off. Let's go even further up. Nothing here. Is there a part up here to take care of? You're detached from there. Just in case something weird like this, let's take it out as well. Tonk, tonk, tonk. Didn't even say the word tonk. Gives me thoughts of State of Decay 2. Dark kept pouring his heart out about how much he loves State of Decay 2 and wants to play more of it the other day. Well, I hope he does. No, no, no. Hell no to the mobile shopping cart things. I should go around to destroy them all, but I don't want to accidentally destroy the floor underneath the big machine parts. Yeah, I wonder if these two are blocking each other, but I can't take care of either of them. Something weird going on with you. Perhaps it's the wall here. Do a bit of work on you. With our vast quantity of explosives. Bangladeshi Superman can just eat explosives to the face. He's not concerned about it. Why would he be? Unsure. The side bits here didn't bother the other parts that I scooped up. Every day is a struggle to resist. But why even resist? You just fire it up and play it. Part is weird. Can't winch you, can't drag you away, and I'm starting to think that those two are blocking each other. We know that's been completely torched away, and that part's torched away. Nothing to remove here either. Perhaps you? Didn't stop the other part, but let's be thorough. Actually, I've lost track of why I'm obsessed about winching this part off. Doesn't that section include the entire bottom half of the ship as well? No, it's just a top side there. That's the bottom side, that's the top side. It's just like the part next to it that we already winched off. I'm going to take out more of the surrounding area. Back in beneath here. Clearly I cannot tell what is stopping this, but I'll just destroy more stuff. Always happy to take out the stairs like that. I don't like tearing apart stairs on their own. Nah, I'm fine, Hypnotic, thanks. And do my own work here. Up. We'll get to the bottom of this. I don't begrudge tearing this apart though, it needs to be done eventually. Especially these side parts. The side parts make it easier to collapse the center. Although I do intend to turn around and take care of the other side, which I do want to collapse largely. I'd forgotten why I obsessed over this part. I think it was because I was trying to take out all of these parts and suddenly we got stuck on one. Try taking out everything around it, then try reloading, and if that's no good, then I'll go. Oh, crikey! Maybe it was you. No, but you were there. Was a thought. Yeah, of course we got those torchable parts inside the walls. I think they lean out before you can winch them. Oh, I can double check though. Yeah, see, destroy all connectors or floors directly adjacent to the hull. And when it does, it sags out, which is quite useful. I didn't notice it until it happened on the other one, though. Bonjour, chat. Jake, how goes the ship smashing? Oh, it's smashing. This is kind of my send-off for the game, though. I have clocked, according to Steam. I can tab out and check it. Steam says that I've now clocked 30 hours in this game. Actually, counting today's session, probably 32. It's been good. Very absorbing. Very zen. Once I'm done with this, the biggest ship, I think we'll be putting this game to bed, at least until either some big updates or functional multiplayer. I have big dreams. Big dreams of a community ship-breaking race that we have. I've had some people saying, oh, when's the next race? When's the next race? I am at a loss, my crane driving friend, to think of any adjacencies that still exist on this. It's not to say they aren't there, it's to say that I can't see them. I don't think this counts, but... Oh, it was there! Our little linchpin was that tiny little square there. Okay. The little square that could. Now that it sags... Well, would you look at that? It was blocking you. The pieces all fall into place now. Alright, excellent. Look at that. That is far more satisfying. Ah, okay, well, the winching part is not. It's really missing a sound effect, but actually getting these taken away is nice. Juxtaposes against these, the situation we had with The Witcher, where we couldn't do anything. Right. With that distraction finally beyond me, now is the time to start collapsing the crewed area of the ship. Crewed as in crew were there and lived there, rather than the cargo hold. And from my still probably limited experience in this game, in the grand scheme of things, I think the best way to do it is to take out the edges. Lots of tonking. Right. And more rivets to go. I wonder if they do ship break races in real life. Surely worker safety standards can bend a little, no doubt. But I think it's less of a race for fun, more a race so I can feed my family tonight. I won't claim to know the ins and outs of the ship breaking profession, but I can claim to imagine it. I always like it when you hear that follow-up tonk as if to say whatever you destroyed had a chain reaction. And it's funny because that feels really good when you want it to happen, and it fills you with dread when you don't want it to happen. I think we've only had 2 runs where we've inadvertently destroyed mission-critical equipment. Once was the first time we encountered gas and did a gas explosion, and another time was accidentally destroying a floor on the first warship, the Tier 1 one. I couldn't handle the disgrace of that. I ended up going back to that ship off stream and very quickly doing the contracts for it. If you just play for contracts, ships are so quick to deal with. But you're left empty inside. What is even the point in playing this game if you're not trashing all the ships? 100% or go home. I'm looking at what's going on streams from time to time and getting some feedback. Ah, that's good to hear. I used to enjoy watching streams of Europa Universalis 4 when I was a dev on that. It was fun to see how other people approach the game. Great opportunity to get some candid feedback as well. Do for you. Gather it up, because otherwise it just clogs up whatever you're trying to destroy. And this is going to be a whole lot to collapse. It's going to remind me of doing in the Heavy Mermaid. I did really enjoy Heavy Mermaid. But I think in the grand scheme of things, my favourite ships have been the smallest fool ships. A lot of the low tier ships are just parts of a ship, or they've already been half broken. So I think the first ships where you actually get the full ship, but they're not overwhelmingly huge, those have been my favourites. The floating parts issue happening from time to time could make some players mad, oh yeah. It's because, well, I imagine it's because there's this drive to completely destroy the ship. You don't want to leave anything left lying around. And when there's something just flying in the air and you can't access it, oof. It's frustrating. I don't really care though, because I don't care about little scraps here and there. But I do want to haul off the entire body of the ship. So when that bugged out on the warship, that was when I just said, yeah, okay, I'm done with warships. Don't want to spend 2 hours working on something and then not be able to finish. I might not be German, but there must be some Germanic influence there. Alright, another tether point. Off you go. Marvin says clearly needs a rocket launcher. Now, one of the things I like about this game is that it's not being wacky. Okay, we might have Bangladeshi unkillable Superman here, but we're not rocket jumping our way around. We don't put on a jetpack to fly over. I like that. I like that we don't have ridiculous aspects. Although, you know, throwing 240 kilo boxes better than Shaquille O'Neal, that's not a problem. Right, especially with the winching parts here, it's looking better and better. There's a lot to take off here. I feel like a collapse is a better thing to do than take off this part first. This is a huge part with lots of connectors. Whereas if I took down all of the side parts and all of this wall, I'd collapse all of this, and then taking you off would be much easier. So that's my plan of attack. So I guess that actually means that unwinching is my first port of call. Using an aimbot? No, we're just that good at throwing. You can manually throw as well, but the game locks onto boxes. If you're really good, you can manually throw where it won't lock on and still get it into the truck. It's very generous. If it so much as touches the back part of the truck, it goes in, but it has to be on the bed part. If you just touch the wheel, that won't be enough. Boy, I'm looking forward to this entire central part just falling down. Also looking forward to discovering that I've missed some kind of trainable object and lose out on all of that. Cross that bridge, you know. Well, this is hungry work. I'm glad I don't have Dave the Diver scheduled after this. Or else I'll be on the phone to the mediocre sushi place of Sea Folk. Okay, why is this still here? Why are you still there? I thought I got rid of all these, but evidently not. Maybe I was thinking about future Jake and trying to give me a way to walk across. But nah, screw that guy. Never does anything for me. Yeah, this is my my only plans for today, Calmist. Gotta get my leisurely days in while I can before Dominion 6 comes along and says there's no free time anymore. There is only Ascension. I don't know how long that's gonna last, but I'm definitely gonna have to check out Dragon's Dogma 2 when that's out as well. What else is coming out this year, by the way? Do we have any early access titles that are finally reaching full release? Oh yeah, I dropped Dragon's Dogma 1 like a hot potato. But I could sense greatness in the game. My good game senses were tingling. And I feel like the second one might be worth playing. Well, I'm hoping that it is. Enough to be excited about it. Enough to be ready to shell out 60 quid for it. Okay, if you can shell out 60 quid for Buck Bumble on the Nintendo 64, surely I can do it for Dragon's Dogma. Thank God for Steam's refunds. Which I suppose, for once in our lives, we can all be grateful to Australia for. If I recall well, it was Australian lawmakers or law something or other people that challenged Steam on not offering refunds. And now they do, and it was... they did it as loosely as they could. Only a 2-hour policy, it's not great. I've had games that have been declined refunds because I went over the 2-hour mark. And I said, yeah, I'm over the 2-hour mark because I spent 2 hours trying to get the game to run and it wouldn't run. And it got denied. I'm very sad. No, it was EU courts and it was EA. I was quite certain it was Valve, but I am open to being wrong. There we go, man. I love that sudden chunk, like it's ready to go. It's ready to pop. I think the girders are the most guilty of floating. Can we cause this girder to float by taking these out? Maybe we're less of a Superman, more of a Fantastic Four man with a way that we can stretch our arms out. Whoa, it's all ready to go. Alright, alright. Take you. Yeah, there we go. See, girders like to fly. I think they just count each other as a support and then go, oh, I'm still supported because I have someone else supporting me. It's like the game of life. Doesn't really bother me though. They're not attached to anything, so even if they were left there, it wouldn't bother me. But I'm going for 100% here. My favourite kind of smell is the engine room in a ship when they're on full speed. I think it's connected to childhood memories due to my father being a cruise ship waiter, taking us on countless ships. Man, that is a job perk. I mean, I've got childhood and adulthood memories of the smells of subsea equipment yards. I wouldn't really rate them as favourite smells, but there's a certain nostalgia to them. Come on, ups to daisy. Leave it. Right, you're hiding here. I've got plenty to winch off. And if that's been fun, then oh boy, we get to do it all over again on the other side. And I think it'll be exactly as much work. This is strange though, what exactly are these connecting? I don't understand. I also don't think I had to torch any of them because taking out the walls would have taken them out as well. In any case, let's get winching. Could half the ship collapse on you? Yes, and we'd be fine. Because Bangladeshi Superman is just that super. There we go. I think that's all the winching we can do on this side. That's another 1.6 tons of metal right into the bank account. Right. Do we continue on with this side? I don't think there's any good reason to. I think we go around to the other side. And since this truck is made of pure stellinium, we're going to load it up to the maximum. There's no incentive for us to offload our goods early. Go, Kunai, go! Okay, that makes clearing out this side so much easier. Right, do I work from the top to the bottom or the bottom to the top? Take a leaf out of David Cameron book. Can you squish your truck with these parts? So I've managed to lodge the truck inside the ground, and I've managed to launch the truck into the sky before. Sadly not on stream, this was done during the multiplayer testing with Acronymus. Thank you, Acronymus, for indulging in my desire to test. Of course, that's easily fixed just by pressing the... what is it? Click when you stuck button. That button cracks me up. But hey, it worked for State of Decay 2. Why would it not work for us here? Sometimes you need backups, even if they look a little rough. Remember talking to our tech lead on EU4. He really wanted to do away with the backup saves because it's just really tacky. Of course, we had backup saves because there were issues in EU4, which would cause the... how did that work again? I think the game would generate 0 kilobyte saves after something happened. And we didn't know initially why it was happening, so we made backup saves just as a stopgap so nobody would end up losing progress to it. And I think we eventually fixed all the causes of it. But to this day, I don't know if EU4 ever got rid of the backup saves. Maybe somebody could enlighten me if we did. Well, we, not me anymore. I think the question is, can we crush the truck with the winch? Okay, we're going to explore that. Remind me when I go out to winch another part that we're going to crush the truck, because I am curious about that. Oh yeah, crikey, the EU3 bug was amazing. So in EU3, whenever you saved the game, or saved and loaded the game, I forget which, it would double the length of the achievement lines in the save file. Now, it's not a lot, a few dozen lines, maybe 100 at most towards the end. But it would double to 200, then 400, then 800, then 1600. And before you know it, you've got that all the rice in China chess riddle. I think it's a riddle, it's a cautionary tale. So then your save file's 5 gigabytes, then 10 gigabytes, then 20 gigabytes. And boy did that take a long time to write. Oh, what's that? You want to edit the save? Well, then you're going to lose your Iron Man. There wasn't Iron Man back then, but there was achievement eligibility. Non-explicit Iron Man. Rested Pandy just checked, and the backup saves are still there. Huh. Well, the guy I'm talking about, I don't think he's a tech lead on EU4 anymore, so perhaps that ambition went away with him. Great guy, actually. R-Laser was his name in the multiplayers. You may remember him from dying just about all the time, but he's a top bloke. And I'm not just saying that because we enjoy whiskey together, although that might be a significant part of it. Why did he call himself R-Laser? I don't think I ever asked. God, I just love trashing ships. This game just seems to understand. It is fun to build, but it is also fun to destroy. Alright, so I was working from the top to the bottom, and I think I lost my track somewhere. Destroying all these walls, which I don't even need to destroy, so what am I wasting my time with here? Those walls are going to fall when I take out the supports anyway, so... Get to work, shall we? I'm actually glad I lifted those central parts that need the craning, because it wasn't immediately obvious to me where I need to re-poke the ceiling in order to cause all these things to fall down. Now when you play this game, and surely you're going to play this game, why would you not? You might notice that it takes you 4 swings to take out rivets with the hammer. And with the level 1 hammer on the very starting ship, yes, it takes 4 swings to take out a rivet. That's why I recommend that you upgrade the hammer first, because the action you do the most of in this game, there we go, is crushing rivets with the hammer. So it makes sense to upgrade the tool you use the most. Well, it does to me, I'm the one playing. When the ships go up a tier, also it takes longer to destroy everything, so you're going to need more upgrades to maintain the speed. Couldn't imagine the pain of going through one of these tier 3 ships with a low tier hammer. The saw and the torch I wouldn't mind so much, because that's not an action you do all the time, although saw blading can become something you have to do a lot when you have all these girders in the way. But what I'm getting at is upgrade your hammer. It's like thin your paints. I think some of those walls are load-bearing, says Dusty. They absolutely are, and that's why we are going to be destroying them. I want to now collapse this ship. So I'm taking out the side parts, and I'm going to take not the very bottom, but one from the bottom walls. And then it should be rather trivial to crane out the remaining items, and then we just go ham on destroying. Yeah, Dominion 6 is out on the 17th of January, so that's in 12 days, I believe. Today is the 5th. Okay, good. Not losing track of time just yet. I'm glad I haven't been playing Dominions 5 lately, actually. Imagine not being hungry for that anticipated sequel. Not sure if I'll stream it immediately when it comes out. I don't tend to jump on games on release unless I am unbelievably excited about them. I think I did for Monster Hunter World. Oh, hell yes. Now that was a game. A game I didn't stream much of, because it's one of the few games that I prefer to play on my own, rather than stream. I did a little bit of the Naked Scotsman series, but straight to YouTube content has never really excited me much. I wouldn't say Against the Storm. I streamed a bit of Against the Storm, then I wanted to learn more about it, but the game has not captivated me. I think it's the ephemeral nature of the colonies that you set up that really leads to a lack of payoff. That in the game is quite ugly. It's got that kind of World of Warcraft aesthetic, which I don't like. UI's ugly as well. Alright, just one layer. And it's not the last. I don't think I've bonked a single box so far. Doing well. If you bonk a box, which can happen even if you're locked onto your target, it'll go off course and very likely just not go where you want it. Let's see if I can intentionally bonk. There we go. Now it just fell down there, I'll have to pick it up later. That was good, it can be difficult to intentionally bonk. That's right, Blast Egg. Bangladeshi Superman was built for this. He's not going to be punching crooks and getting back ladies' handbags. No, he was born to crack ships. And crack ships he shall. Where in the world is my... truck? Okay, there we go. That's going to be a lot easier to do when I take out just one of these bits of hull. And remember, we want to crush our truck when we do so. For science, as Penny Craiger would say. Again, more of these bits revealed. I'm not going to tear you apart out now. I better do it just in case you do hold up some of this. Seems out of place though. I don't know what that's meant to be securing. Maybe it's just put in for variance. After all, there are a lot of girders here. Do you think the last box upgrade should give you a higher weight limit? Yeah, so one of the things I don't like about the upgrades is that the top tier upgrades are just as incremental as every other one. And that's not very exciting. Because they're certainly a whole lot more expensive than the other ones. But every box upgrade is a 20 kilogram boost to the amount that you can store in the boxes. And surely one expects the highest tier upgrades to have a bit more oomph than the rest of them. Especially considering that the final upgrades cost 3,600 Bangladeshi dollars just to get the blueprint for, and then a further $900 and honestly a trivial amount of equipment to build. Except for fluids. Fluids are never trivial. You're always hungry for fluids in this game. Says the man with 4 tons of them. But I worked hard for those 4 tons, Jings. The amount of ships that we have cracked. Big time. Can I take you out? Good stuff. There's another bonk. Unsure if this corner is going to prove a problem for tearing anything apart. I don't think it will. But what if it does? That'll be a problem for future Jake if it does. Right, let's clean up. Actually, you're not blocking anything here. That's good. Oh, no, no. I needed to release that at the apex, and I certainly did not. Is that floor down here destroyable? Yeah, so I gotta tear through all of this, winch off the sides, then I'll be good to go. Well, let's get to work. I've already done the top part here. Makes my life a little easier. This is a wall that I'm gonna have to tear down in order to collapse this whole thing, but hopefully it is the only wall I need to collapse. Well, that and all the other parts of it, but there might be some center parts as well, keeping it up. Don't know. Problem for marginally future Jake. Maybe this is a great game to be playing today. I'm a bit sleepy today. I got up nice and early to go to the tax office. And just for them to tell me, no, 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 you want to go to the other tax office. Okay. At this point, not paying taxes is going to be even easier in this country. Maybe that's the point, right? It is Hungary. I know you know that it is not Kalpa. Come on now. This is obviously the sequel to the other ship-breaking game. Okay, we're getting there, man. I'm looking forward to this full collapse. It's probably... No, it is the most satisfying part in the game. When it all comes together, and it all comes crashing down. But can't have those load-bearing walls. Get out of here. There's no mandatory union sign-up in this game, so you know it's not from the same developers as Hard Space Shipbreaker. Actually, on that note, what are they working on? Hard Space Shipbreaker ceased production quite some time ago now. I mean, Jinx, I think I played their final version, and that was maybe 2 years ago. The only update I've seen from them is saying, hey, our vinyl is out. Vinyl, right. Ready now. Yeah, Kalpa. Basic thing is you're here with a sledgehammer and a few other tools, which start out incredibly rusty and unreliable. We've certainly come a long way in terms of... Okay, good. Maybe not good enough. We've come a long way in having tools that aren't already chipped to bits. And we destroy ships. That's what we do. You know what, enough of this. I think we're just going to take the explosive route. No point having 200 of these if we don't put them to use. It's wonderful because that clears out the steel girders as well, and it does both sides. Makes me want to cry. The disappointment of using the rope and the explosives. Down you go. The sides are almost cleared now. I think I'll still bomb you. Yeah, I thought that would leave a bit here. Out you go. And finally, we can winch one of these away. That was a poor choice of movement by me. Can I get up here? Almost. Right, Twitch is the part jutting out. It's you, and we said we'd try crushing the truck. We'll see what happens. We'll see if we can regret what happens. Maybe I should make a save beforehand. The game has a weird save system. So you save, but you don't name them in any way, and you just end up with this massive list of saves that you can't reasonably manage. Alright, that seems a reasonable place to crush the truck with. Tell me about the physics. Oh. Oh ho ho, they're on to me. They are absolutely on to me. And you can't actually exit out of the winching animation, so yeah. I have been bested. So I don't know how these girders ended up down here. I guess the explosions sort of sent them over here. Still, down you come. That name has got to go. So I think that's 2 out of 3 on Adrianii. No, both of these get craned down, or winched down, rather. Yahi jaha hai indeed. Bring it down, friend. It may work in co-op, have someone drive as you winch. Could well happen, except none of the ships available in multiplayer have any winchable parts. This seems so easy. Yeah, it's not a challenging game, Kalpa. You're not here to be challenged. You are invincible. There's no lose condition. Even if you run out of money completely, there is still a ship that you can get access to for free. And get your seed money rolling from there. So no, this is not a game to play to feel challenged. Alright, see if I can remind myself what my demolition point is meant to be. I think it's here. Am I good to start tearing this apart? No, I want this winched first. Still adjacent parts remaining on you. I don't know if this wall counts. I hope it doesn't. I don't think it does, but... it might if it doesn't think all adjacents are taken care of. back for this? Come on. Right, this still needs to be winched. But what is not destroyed? We've melted down all the side parts. Looks all taken care of to me, but semblances can often be hoodwink. Kind of a shame that the winch doesn't show you the offending pieces. If you try to crane something away and it's being blocked, the offending pieces get highlighted, but these do not. Maybe the wall. I'm also thinking it might be the wall. I'm also thinking it might be this bit, since it has a bit of overlap if you don't take into account the height difference. I don't want it to be the wall, though, because my plan is to tear this down so that I can start tearing... Well, actually, this part not winching away does not impact on my plans to take this down, does it? No, it does not. In fact, it being there may help to a degree. Let's get to work on the wall. Now, let's see if we can destroy this entire part. We have severed the connection to the winchable side bit. It might now be time for full-on demolition of the crew quarters. I do love getting a nice big collapse going. And there's nothing to fear from large parts no longer being craned away. I can still run here to deposit boxes, that's fine-ish. So now we just tear down as much of this wall as we need to cause a full collapse. And we should only have to focus on the walls. The girder parts I don't think are going to matter, although we can tear those apart later. Or rather, we will tear them apart later. I intend on grabbing every scrap of this whole ship. Oh, hello. So heavy, so much iron. The unexpected bonus of the stream, having it play on my tablet, is entertaining the 3 pet birds. Oh well, I often think I'm doing entertainment for animals anyway, so all in a day's work. I really don't like avians, but in an attempt to change my mind, I actually watched a fair bit of cute birds playing around last night. It was nice to see that birds are capable of just playing around, because I see them as vicious monsters. Aren't girders usually the load bearer? In this game, I don't think girders are load bearing. Think being the operative word there, I don't know for sure. I haven't been paying that much attention, but my gut feeling is that destruction comes from tearing down walls rather than girders. I don't think I need to destroy this part, but I am destroying this part. Now, when I was working security for Her Majesty, I looked out the window and witnessed 2 birds fighting, and one bird pecked through the other bird's skull and ripped its brains out. It was horrifying to see. And just how I judge the Irish for past indiscretions, that's now what I judge avians on. It was pretty hardcore. It was just so gruesome. But yeah, it's a dog-eat-dog world, I suppose. I shouldn't leverage this against all avian kind. It's just so vivid an experience. Boy, that all just popped out there, didn't it? Even the girders couldn't stand a chance. Ooh, washing machine. Ooh, more than just a washing machine. How dare I leave this free money lying around? You also need to go, and that's going to be hard with this wall being here. There we go. Take out that gas connector to nowhere. Back when I was needing more aluminium, that was certainly an option. As I was saying, the piping for gas is an excellent source of aluminium, but we ended up finding, what, 300 kilos of it on a pallet? Another great source. Right, how much are you going to be kept up by this central wall? I don't know, but I'm going to keep destroying supports until it all comes crashing down. Could reposition the truck, but I shall not. Right, first off wall, second off these bits that I need to, or potentially need to take the blowtorch to. Come on, fall. So much potentially wall-bearing stuff. Or load-bearing, rather. So glad I found the radial menu. Scrolling between items in this game is actually annoying because there's this... I'm constantly scrolling right now, but there's this slight delay for when you pull an item out. Compare it to scrolling through weapons in, say, Killing Floor or Left 4 Dead. The feel is off. I just use the hotkeys, really. I find it very uncomfortable to go for hotkeys like 5, 6, and 7 when I'm WASDing. Come on, you can't stay up forever. I think this wall needs to go as well, though. And that means both sides of the wall. It remains. Perhaps we're going to find out that they are indeed wall load-bearing, but there's also this tiny bit of wall here. They being the girders. One thing I noticed, Jake, is that the blowtorch connectors tend to be the main cause. Aren't you meant to be out of here for like 2 more days, Acronymus? There we go. Lack of vigilance on my part. Wait a second. Why did I not go through? What magic is he using? There we go. Been noticing a few times when Twitch just kind of times me out of my own channel. I can't update my dashboard, for example. That happens sometimes. I can't believe this whole thing is still staying up. What is supporting it? And don't say girders. It could be the girders. Could be the floor here, which I wouldn't mind getting rid of. Could be something as trivial as this corner. Right, these floor pieces are already mashed up. Whole thing must be buckling under the weight. We need some monsoon rain to drag it all down. I'm thinking the stairs are a contender as well, but realistically... Oh, right, these stairs. I missed you. I was looking at another set of stairs thinking it might be them, but these stairs Wow. Okay, I have little choice but to admit that it must be the girders. I didn't want it to be the girders. So, since it needs to go anyway, and this floor is not dangerous, I'm going to take out the floor. By dangerous, I mean poses a risk to this stuff getting destroyed, but that stuff is on a lower level. So destroying this floor will be harmless. Clunk, 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 clunk. Oh. And yet it stands. Very impressive. Did you think to disconnect the engines before it all comes crashing down? Think. Making some tall assumptions there. I did not though, and that's a brilliant idea, so rather than just coyly smack talk you, I will go and take care of it. Looks like we need to torch these ones away. Oh, it's torch and cut. It's alright, I can do both. I love that decompression sound so much. Credit to whoever did the audio for this game. Well, the audio effects, the music is just... Has anyone even noticed it? It's there, sure, but it's one track playing constantly, and it's quite short. Maybe this is the kind of game designed for people to be playing when they have their own music playlists in the background. If anything, that was a missed opportunity for me. At least this game doesn't hit me with DMCA. Yeah, ship breaking is all the music we need. Working on good music for this game would probably be time well wasted. And if they licensed good music for this game, then I'd have to turn it off anyway, or I'd just be eating DMCA all day, every day. And I've got enough of that to look forward to with Dominions 6. Dominions has always just used licensed music, which means if you're a content creator covering Dominions, well, you just have to eat crap. The music's so good, I don't want to not use it. Last part here could be troubling to get access to. Here we go. Let me through. Okay, so these can be craned out once the area above them is clear, and that's exactly what I'm working on. But we still don't really know what is supporting all this everything. It has to be the girders, it can't not be the girders. So let's remove the girders. One particular girder is surely working with all its might to keep this whole place erect. Is it you? It is not you. And boy, is it holding up a whole lot. You, or you, or you are all already dead. It's going to be amazing if this thing is still floating once we take all these out. If that happens, the situation will raise more questions than answers. At least there's no question in anyone's minds. If you remove the floor, the girders will fall anyway. Will they though? Girders are some of the best floaters in the game. See, this is a situation where the game might be better if there was a risk to Bangladeshi Superman. having all of this fall down on you seems like a recipe for death. Okay. This girder is the only reasonable thing it could be. But perhaps we don't live in a reasonable world. I really need to reposition this truck, but once I remove this, my problems should go away. Still don't know why it can't be removed. There's truly nothing else holding you up. You're not connected to the side. Not connected to either side. Not connected to the area over here. Stands to reason. Ooh. Well now. Perhaps we just need to remind the top part that gravity exists? No? Okay. I see they were smuggling anti-gravity on this ship. What in God's name is keeping you up? Maybe it's just so much being held up that the game doesn't know what to do. I have a suspicion about these sticking out girders. Maybe it's the lower stairs. Alright, if it's not these, we'll try the lower stairs. Wasn't that? Gonna get rid of this connector, it'll just bother me later on if I don't. Has to be gotten rid of. All these connectors have to be removed from parts that you train away. Which means you'll have to go as well. Oh god, what if you're keeping it all up? Pixel displacement theory has been displaced. Okay, okay. We had suspicions on lower stairs. Now, I'm not super keen on taking out anything on the lower floor in case I destroy the supports underneath this, which means I gotta do the stairs the normal way, which I don't like doing. I always just like removing supports for stairs. It's far, far less work than this. Come on. Doesn't help that the action of sawing through items can be a little bit weird. Like, for some reason, this doesn't connect. There we go. There we go. Although perhaps somebody meant some other stairs, like these ones. There were shot stairs. Goods. Missing you. We'll just remove all the floor here. It's not connected to anything vital, although nothing's vital anymore. Okay, I am bamboozled now. Could it be the engines themselves? Highly unlikely. Those need to be craned away. It's possible that this whole area is just so big that mechanically it just supports itself in air. Hell, this happens in Minecraft. Maybe if I take out a few choice pieces of floor here, it'll be divided up into enough places to suddenly think, oh god, what's keeping me up? Or maybe not. If I were a magician, I'd run a ring around this thing to show that it's obviously connected. What am I to do now, though? This put me in an awkward situation. The whole point of my approach here was exactly for this demolition. Just detonate the flying floor. Yeah, that's an idea. Alright. Got 110 explosives. Let's put them to work. Alright, some of these I've already gotten rid of. Alright, if the floor still remains, then it's eating my explosives now. Marvin, man of explosives. And yet it stands. Okay. More. These are so expensive, by the way. 15 quid each. I think that's it. Oh boy. It all comes tumbling down, but thankfully we are too strong to be beaten by such girders. Ah, there we go. Much, much better. And I think that dislodged you. So I can pull this down and make my life a lot easier. Ooh, both of them. Lovely. Again, doesn't sound or look oh god, it just came flying out. Yeah, it's alright though, the game's happiness is not my concern. It's going to be a lot of stuff to gather up, though our rate of gathering materials has been incredibly slow so far. Making this a very poor ship, actually, for getting money or materials, really. The contracts require quite a bit of finesse. And the level of goods, I would have made the materials a lot faster just by tearing up the early game ships. Alright, loads to be gathered up, and gather we shall. And once we have cleared the engine parts, or whatever they are... Oh, what a pathetic throw. Oh, God. This might be the most loose items we've had. Gotta clear the loose items just to see the other loose items. But I think we did the big detonation at about 31 tons in the truck. So I'm gonna gather all this stuff up. Fortunately, it doesn't take quite as long as it otherwise would, thanks to our max level gloves and max level box. Kinda wish the box upgrades sped up the throwing animation. I know it's already pretty fast, but when you have this much garbage to pick up, the time spent going oof could really benefit from the same speed upgrade that you get from grabbing. The FPS affected by the amount of loose loot, nothing that I notice. But again, my eyes don't notice more than 12 frames per second. Yep, 34 tons and stuff. During the big explosion, though, yeah, that caused a lot of FPS issue. Ooh, this could actually be a pickle to get. Explosives won't work on these. As I said, explosives only work on doors. Let's do this the Super Bangladeshi man way. Get ourselves up. Get ourselves over here. Oh, snap. Okay. Let's do it perhaps better this time. It's going to be awkward, but there we go. Nothing too awkward for this man. Gotta get these upper parts from up here. The other side's fine, though. This is completely unnecessary. We're doing this for mere scraps that I don't even need. But the urge to 100% the ship is high. And hopefully, unlike the Warships DLC, I won't run into a critical error that prevents that right at the end. Right, fall. Oh, okay, maybe not. Fall. Fall. Wait, what? Ah, the under parts aren't done from here. There we go. Should put an end to our gravity-defying shenanigans, at least for now. 12? Are you sure it's not 1 to 2, old man? No, I know what 1 to 2 FPS looks like. I remember using my old HP Pavilion to play Left 4 Dead. I was rather envious of one of my uni mates. He had a, for the time, pretty souped up laptop, so he had no problem running Left 4 Dead, but my old Arkansas Chugabug could not keep up. I also had a really crappy wireless mouse, which I kept dropping down the stairs as well. He was staying one level below me. And he could tell I was coming because he'd hear me swearing and hear the clattering of the mouse dropping down the stairs. Well, insofar as much as I swear. There were even some loose articles here that I was missing. Spotted a chair and a desk and all that. I think somebody earlier was describing the delivery noise as a clown noise. Not sure where they're getting that from. It is a strange sound effect though, isn't it? Kind of grown on me though. Don't know what else I'd call it. In a sense, do you even need it? The clunk noise that it makes when it collides with the vehicle is plenty enough. It's the sound of profit to Bangladeshi, man. Oh, but the profit you make on raw materials is awful in this game. Especially early game, and yet the game tells you to sell your raw goods for money. If you want money, do the contracts. The materials are needed for upgrades. Although, yeah, I mean, look at us now. We have no use for all these materials. But similarly, we have very little use for the money. Just never ever sell liquids. They are the single hardest thing to get. And many contracts ask for your liquids, so it's difficult to even store them up. In a way, it's satisfying, getting to gather up all of this stuff after meticulously knocking it down. It's just there to be hoovered up. Does make me feel like this game would benefit from some kind of actual hoovering up mechanic. And I would probably say the crane. Bring crane down with magnet attached to it. And then it just grabs up these loose items and immediately deposits them into the warehouse. Just to speed up this late game gathering, because there is no way for me to speed this up further. I have the max level box, the max level gloves. Of course, there's also no reason that I have to be doing this. It is sheer unbridled greed. And greed, as I like to think, is good. Although I could do something a little bit interesting here. Can we even see the other parts here? We kind of see you. This is going to scatter a lot of materials. But you know what? That's fine. Whee! I know what you're thinking, and you're right. It is just like fighting Andros from the Super Nintendo version of Star Fox. Look, someone has to have been thinking that. Someone other than just me. No, just you. Oh, okay. Well, it's still an apt comparison. Go on, scatter again. Oh, that tiny piece wasn't going to scatter anything. We have gathered up almost 20 tons now already. That is a lofty amount. These pieces that I'm getting, though, are just rubbish. 250 kilos for that crane job, and I've been actively lobbing 240 kilo boxes for some time. Yeah, when it comes to that stuff, it's Fuso or bust. It's the only ship that has really good craneable stuff. Holy moly, there we go again. Oh god, the Bing Bing Wahoo's gonna take forever. It's okay though. It's nice to punish people who turn on the stream and then go away. Or even better, people that have the stream on, but they've fallen asleep. And they're just going to get a horrible rude awakening to the ding 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 ding. So there's no way I'm auto-completing this. I'll lose like 6 tons of goods, probably definitely much more actually. Takes away 10% of it and you don't get your combo bonus. Oh boy. Oof. Yeah, some of them fall through the ground as well. I suppose for some of those pieces scattering, you could say, well, actually, you're not getting 100%, are you? You lost 3 girders and 2 wall panels to the floor, and I don't care. Weird that gold was something I'd pick up there. So gold, I think, is just going to go down as metal. Maybe the game has it as a non-metal, I don't know. But it is just the same as any chunk of iron or low alloy steel or aluminium, because it all gets abstracted into my metals count at the top left. Once we're done in the recycling yard, that is. With the single most out-of-place minigame I've ever seen in the game. Like Dave the Diver level minigame, I would say it is. Those weird looking shapes you saw there, that's Z fighting. 2 elements occupying the same space, fighting for my attention. A coveted effect 25 odd years ago. Yeah, more out of place than Dave the Diver. See, the thing about Dave the Diver is you come to expect there to be even more weird minigames, because it is just a smorgasbord of different game ideas and game mechanics and game genres mashed together. Do they work well together, though? That I wonder. Nice, just spinning girder to the face there. I believe, do the advertisements for Iron Brew still say tastes like girders? Because that's the advertisements I remember. That and Cheer Up Goth have an Iron Brew. And Grandad taking out his false teeth to drink an Iron Brew. Man, I watch way too much TV. 20 kilos of gold. You should be far beyond 1.8k with that alone. Yes, I think 20 kilos of gold is about $500,000 US. So clearly it's some very, very low carat gold here. Maybe it's something like 20 kilos of gold-plated cables in there. Because I assure you, we're not going to get more than 80 cents for that gold. But yeah, it's possible we're getting scammed. The raw materials for this ship aren't going to come in to more than a few $100s. More than I get in ad well, yeah, there is that. It's okay though, I'm not in this game for ad revenue. I'm playing the long con here. Yeah, no, Bangladeshi man has access to whatever he wants. He's got a perfectly functional laptop. He's able to get onto ShipTube online. Surely you can check the exchange rates and see the value of gold. I read somewhere that the price of gold was actually determined by a small group of bankers in a room every Friday. Is that true, or is that just a load of hogwash? Doesn't really bother me. I don't invest in gold. Just one of those things I heard and I thought that sounds very weird and insidious. I think you've been watching too much. I haven't watched any South Park in quite some time. I think the last time I watched it was the South Park movie that was watched in watched on Discord together. Maybe watched a few episodes after that just for old time's sake. Good lord, this was even more scrap than I thought. This is about 30 tons. Now I like to lift weights, but 30 tons is a lot of reps. Let's be generous and say it's 100 kilos a rep. 10 reps to a ton, 100 for 10 tons, 300... Oh, cripples. It's a lot of squatting. My legs still hurt from the squats 2 days ago. Yeah, you're right, Morbawut. This collecting routine could be definitely streamlined. We were talking about ways to streamline it earlier. It wasn't even my idea. Somebody else came up with the idea of just a giant magnet that comes down to pick up the goods. Might conflict with the fact that the game has a differentiation between metals and non-metals. And I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure not all metals are magnetic. Zinc or nickel? I'm not good at the physical sciences, so you have to pardon my ignorance here. Aluminium. Yeah, you're right. Magnets don't work on aluminium cans. Tear it all down. Jade. Dying without Jade, stay dead. God, even though I said I didn't have any real drive to be streaming Draken again, the game is still dear to my heart for no real good reason. PC Amiga version is terrible though. If I'm going to stream anything, it wouldn't be that again. Calling it child labor makes it just sound so insidious, Art. Can't we call it something better? I'm going to say child vocation. Vocational education for children. Oh yeah, sounds great. Keep them off the streets and out of trouble. Oh boy, this thing's ready to go. Also, oh boy, it's covered in even more scrap. If you had fun gathering up all those other bits, we're going to do it again up here. Practical education, yeah, there we go. Practical lessons. We solve practical problems. Actually checking out some of my old Frostpunk videos just last night. And you know what, that one time I did do Utopia. And no one ever goes, wow, Jake, you really looked after the kids despite all the hardship. No, everyone just remembers sending them off to be amputated because it's cheaper that way. Okay, that's going to take care of one big chunky part of the ship. 1.6 tons of the back side of this thing. And with that, there's actually, although it's a very long part of the ship here, I don't think there's that too much to do because these central parts can be collapsed much like the way we collapsed this other part, although hopefully with fewer pieces getting in the way. Hello, little girder. Little lucky girder. Oh, cribbins. What do we have over here? More goods. Goods for the good God. Gonna reposition my truck back there, I think. You never went back to Frostpunk though, did you, young? To be fair, the experience you get playing the game's main story mission is pretty quintessential Frostpunk. It's also really very easy. I don't know how anyone could fail the story mission. It guides your hand along the whole way, and it doesn't really matter how much you mess up. There's a you just survive by the last gasp of breath towards the end, and you're okay. Pretty hard to kill everyone by then. Not to diminish your accomplishments, but maybe a little. Amputated children, the best doctors with enough edicts. Children make excellent healthcare workers in Frostpunk if you pass the faith healing law and the child labor law, because then the children can work as doctors. And if those children got amputated, you could give them prosthetics to make them work, but that wouldn't be necessarily better than just not having your children amputated for that. Sorry, if you're only here for ship deconstructing, all this talk of amputated children might put you off, but Frostpunk was a great game, and I highly enjoyed it. And there were a lot of dead and amputated people in it, children inclusive. True Utopia, we didn't let age or gender or social class get in the way of people's contribution to the state. Although 50 mud-sucking plebs still could not research or work in factories. I know I'm going out my way to grab all this stuff, it's completely irrelevant, but, you know, just... Don't crap on your own doorstep, right? We work here, why would we leave it a horrible mess? And if this were early game, oh, I'd be loving every girder. Alright, that suffice. The only sad part about Frostpunk was you could not use long pork as food. But you could. That was a big part of it. If you enact the snow pit law, where you just chuck dead bodies into a frozen pile, then if your city starves, your people are going to start going into the snow pit and eating the bodies. And if you continue to tolerate those actions, you can actually pass a law that allows you to take the dead bodies and turn them into raw food, which can later be cooked up like any normal ration, including sawdust or soup. Of course, like any sane player, I went sawdust, although I've heard some compelling arguments for soup, but I don't buy them. I think sawdust is so much better than soup. Okay, that's going to be a lot of rivets popped. So everything is just going to fall. Just like real engineering, right? This top part's going to be bothersome. So let's just get rid of it while we can right now. Well, if it's going to go like this, getting rid of the rest of the ship's going to be relatively rapid. Now it's 62 tons in that truck. Does anyone who actually knows their vehicles give me a ballpark on how much a truck like this should be able to carry? In my head, it would be 10 tons. Maybe that's a bit excessive. Yeah, maybe that's very excessive. Maybe 3 tons. Depends on the... Yeah, no kidding, but based on what we can see here, what do we think? I'm trying to think how much I had transported down to Hungary for me. And it might have been in the region of a ton. And that was put onto a fairly big lorry. I had asked for a smaller well, van even, and in retrospect I'm glad they bought the lorry. I had more crap than I thought. I'm a little ashamed of that. I have too much stuff. And that was even after I slimmed down on the amount of stuff I had. I sold and gave away a lot of my stuff before I moved out of Sweden. The problem is, I have my own home gym, and that thing is big and heavy. And the guy... Credit to this Polish guy. He worked without complaint, dragging all of my gym equipment over to the truck, which was unfortunately parked about 100 meters away because of parking was not so good for a truck. And he drove it all the way to Hungary. No complaints. Not only that, he broke nothing. I couldn't believe it. I even just gave him a pane of glass. Just a unprotected pane of glass in all of my belongings. And I told him at the time, I don't really care if this gets broken. He says, oh, I'll see what I can do. And yeah, it arrived in one piece. I'm thinking, why do you just have a pane of glass? So it's a glass top for one of my counters. It's actually one of my my clothes drawers. That's it. My clothes drawer. Has a glass top on top. Whoa, what just exploded there? I think something just went boomf. Anyway, I like maps, so underneath the... between the top of the drawers and beneath the glass, I put some maps in there. So that they're protected and still nice to look at. So whenever I'm fishing out my clothes, I can go, oh, a nice map. In fact, one of them is actually a map of... not a map, it's a panoramic view of the Golden Gate Bridge. To remind myself that even if I hate San Francisco, it still has some nice sights. Did you tip him? Tip? Where do you think I am? I live in Europe, where we pay wages. DDR cheap. Well, it wasn't a cheap run, I'll tell you that. Anyway, no, I almost never tip, ever. It's actually one of the more jarring things to be in America and just see everybody work for pittance and have to make it by on tips. I recall eating at a place called the Las Vegas Buffet, which has since closed down. And they actually put these little cards on tables for tourists, and it said, our waiters are paid $2.10 an hour, so your tips matter. Please tip generously. I was reading that just thinking, what the hell? That's less than I made for my first job when I was 14 or so years old. A lot less. Poor miserable bastards. I lived with a lassie who worked as a waiter. She made pretty good money in tips. So I guess there are people that do tip back home, but I'm not among them. Yeah, see, there you go. Before you start criticizing me about my child labor, at least I pay my kids. Maybe raise your voice about Burgerland waiters, as Chumro puts it so eloquently. I don't just pay them in food, I pay them in time off. They're allowed to go home and sleep. Okay, what are you playing at now, game? The hitbox and the saw can be really rather awkward. There we go. Down you come. Ah, thank you. The Gaz53/Zil130, which this truck resembles, can haul up to 6 tons. Thank you, Sugary. I appreciate the all too relevant information. Did you look that up, or are you just a flatbed enthusiast? Yeah, there was one time that I tipped here in Hungary. I think I told this story even last time I was ship cracking. But on my first trip here to Hungary, when I first came to Balaton, and I went, wow, this place is amazing, I think I want to live here. And half a year later I made that happen. Oh god, no, 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 don't do this to me. Okay, there we go. Whew. This was one of the problems that caused us issues in the Witcher ship. So I was staying at a place at Balaton, and I gotta say, it wasn't just good, it was outstanding. The service I got, the wonderful place that I was staying, the sheer amount of bending over backwards for me that the host did. Even when I asked them, okay, is there a laundromat around here? He said, just give me your laundry, I'll take care of it. Now, I'm not letting in someone else do my laundry, Christ no, but the very offer was very touching. Excellent local recommendations. They even brought out some bikes and said, if you wanna bike around, just take any of these. Anyway, it was amazing. So when I left, I decided I would leave my leftover Hungarian money. And they come racing out after me and insist that I take the money back. I mean, Christ, it was very inexpensive for the stay. I already felt like I was conning them. I remember reading that Icelandics see tipping as a bit of an insult. I don't know how true that is, but you know, I left feeling like I'd somehow disgraced these hosts by daring to pay them what I thought their service was worth, which was a lot more than it was. Yeah, well, Japan is not a cheap country, so I don't know what incentive I would have to tip. And the service is amazing everywhere in Japan. Such a service-oriented culture. Loved it there. I'm already having difficulty figuring out when I'll go back. And it is a question of when and not if. Right, sweet. I should be able to tear away another hefty part of this ship's skeleton. Aster, isn't that ancient? American employers see it as an insult to pay their employees. Ah, jeez. When I think about working in America, something I've never done, but I often think back to visiting America and going to a Walgreens, and the cashier clocks our accents. I'm with the family. Maybe clock the outfit. I do tend to bring my kilt when I go to America, just so I can go out and have a good laugh. Tell everyone that William Wallace is my cousin. So this guy, he says, "Oh, are you over here for?" I was like, "Oh yeah, we're here on vacation." And he just looks really glum, looks down at his cashier desk and said, "Oh, must be nice to travel." And he just, oh. Don't often feel sad for other people, but boy did I feel bad for this sniveling little Walgreens guy. I don't mean to turn this channel into just the American hate channel, but you make it so easy. You're the worst, just the bloody... What was I going to do? Offer to take him back in my suitcase? It's much similar up here in Canada. Oh, don't say that. I'm planning on going to Canada this year. High time I check another place off of the bucket list, and Canada is looking good. Don't know when, don't know where, but I'll just head over and explore around. Maybe hire a car, but Canada's so big I don't want to spend half my holiday driving around. And again, what are my alternatives? Take that amazing trans-Canadian rail. Holy smokes, we've been at the ship for 4 hours now. Feels like 2 hours have been just cleaning up what I've already destroyed. You're griping about how terrible American labor laws are. That's half of what I do on the internet. But that's the American dream, right? Work hard, get aptly rewarded. There you go. Of all the moves I've made in my life, going self-employed is definitely the top one. Working in a good job is great, but nothing beats working for yourself. Nothing beats that level of responsibility. And not having to answer to anyone. Well, maybe the tax man. You'll be rewarded in heaven. Oh, wow, okay. I love that phrase. I am going to be stealing that one. Provided I remember it, it's just such a wonderful put down. Maybe use that when I get caught not tipping in Canada. Don't worry, I don't have any spare money, but you'll be rewarded in heaven. God bless. Hey, my boss sucks a fat one. All the Long Dark I've been playing lately makes casually tossing 240 kilo boxes around a bit mind-blowing. I'm still waiting on the Long Dark's DLC to be finished, the Tales from the Far Territory. God knows how long that's going to take, because it should have been finished months ago. But once it is finished and bug fixed, I plan on going back and doing my ultimate run of that game, which will probably be Ultra Loper. Put all difficulty settings to max. Which might surprise you to hear is not the default on Interloper. Interloper, for example, does not maximize your thirst meter. It also does not minimize the amount of health regeneration you do. I'm aware of some modes that disable health regeneration. I'm not interested in that. That's a little bit too self-flagellating. Flagellating? I always get that word mixed up. Bit too much punishing yourself for no good reason. Alright, take it away. Alright, holy moly, there's still so much of this ship remaining. Do I have other parts to crane out, though? I'm quite certain I do. The question is, where are they? Well, I guess I'm looking right at them, huh? Yeah, these ones were awkward because they had these side walls getting in the way. I have some ways to deal with that, and I might just use them. Also, where did all this stuff come from? I think it was blown away when I blew up the front bit somewhere. Maybe I can throw it into here. And then have this taken away, because I don't want this here to begin with. Boy, they do not like these. Okay, okay, well, this is exactly what we have explosives for. To a degree. There we go. Now get out of here. You gonna still take goodies? Yeah, there you go. A little bit more before it gets you. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, just a little bit more. And a little bit more. Splendid. Thinking about tearing all of this down should be relatively simple by just taking out the walls. And I think I'm going to do it with explosives. Because explosives take out both sides of the wall and the girder in one fell movement. Otherwise there's going to be a lot of very awkward walking around on the ship's outer hull, which I'm not so sure appeals to me. Also, what? Not letting that 191 kilos escape me. Okay, bomb time. I'm actually not sure if 80 something of these is going to be sufficient. But why be sure when we can just be bold? I don't think the game is going to like me detonating all of these at once, so I may exercise some level of caution and do these whole areas one at a time. There's a good chance this is going to cause a lot to come crashing down. Last thing I'd want is for the game itself to be crashing with it. Alright. Farewell. Ah, right, of course, there's a center part here that's probably stopping it from completely collapsing. Regrettable. But easily deal-withable. Maybe it's the stairs again, though. Come on, let's not have those. Farewell stairs, nobody likes you. Yeah, you're right, Empower. The explosives are very underwhelming. If I had my way, they would work as a fairly large area effect thing. Just give them a spherical area effect. They'll blow up everything within their range, even if it's, especially if it's a pallet, and then you'll lose the pallet. And then they become a nice option to use. Come on. Come on. Good lord, still staying up. A nice option to use if and when you're at the point where everything is extracted by crane. Maybe it's our friends the girders again. Again, was it even the girders last time? Girders the only thing keeping this up, and again, if I'd used explosives here, they would have all fallen. Actually, this is a way to very rapidly take care of the rest of the ship, as long as I have enough explosives. Which I probably don't, but I might. Besides, I've got $1,800, and I have somewhere in the region of $5,000, maybe $6,000 worth of stuff I can easily sell. Gonna be mystified if it doesn't collapse from this. I am mystified. That should be everything. No connect. Ooh, I guess this is possible. Let's make it not possible. Okay. These are already gone. This is one floaty ship. It was clearly smuggling anti-gravity. How does it do it? This time it's not even the floor keeping it up. I got rid of the floor above. Or rather, there was no floor above. How about you? Your floor. This puts me in an awkward spot. Because I've also gotten rid of my way of getting higher up, haven't I? No, not necessarily. There should still be a stairway or a ladder over here. There is not. Okay. There we go. What in God's name is keeping you up? Is it you? Is it this? Because that would be awkward. Come on. Funny, I haven't had any other gravity-defying ships. 100% been this ship. That does make this rather awkward, because I struggle to get the verticality to deal with these top parts now. A little awkward to jump up and hit, so I'm just going to do this. And now I should be able to walkie-talkie you at... I want to get rid of this, at least. Come on. There's a girder connecting the hull to the side. Really? Alright. Where? Hopefully you don't mean this one. Let's just cut that one out while we're at it. Looks pretty not connected to me. I was wrong, it was a cut one that was floating. Okay. I think I can get rid of these, get rid of the floor, and see if that makes it all fall down. Also, I will have to go back and top up on explosives at this rate. This is, really clinging on to life, to put it nicely. So if I want some verticality here, I might be struggling. Take this away, I'll take care of this floor and then see if that miraculously removes the upper parts. It's got a whole lot of junk to get rid of, which is harder to throw because of the suspended wall being here. What could it all mean? I'm being told that there is something I'm missing. I would like to explicitly hear what, especially when people are keen to call me blind over it. the world is keeping you up? Not sure if cutting you away is feasible now. Maybe, just maybe, if I could land on the side part. No, no, I'm too far. I thought maybe I could get up there and then reach over to it, but perhaps not. Alright, I said I would take out the floor, so let's try that. Such a nice sound. It really feels like I'm gathering up money. That sound effect wouldn't feel out of place in Payday. I haven't played any Payday 2 in ages. Maybe I'll play that this evening, just to unwind from a hard day of ship breaking. Load up Go Bank and have someone join in, have no idea what to do, and then rage quit. That is just the experience I'm looking for this evening. Good. Took a lot of the girders there. Which is always what I'm looking for. Hacking through girders is quite the time sink in tearing apart a ship. This game makes you want to play Tropico, really? Well, as long as it's not Tropico 6. Limbic entertainment at their finest. Play whatever Tropico you like, but I think it peaked with 4. Although I did enjoy 3, 4 was just 3 but better. Although Modern Times was really crap. And you need mods to not have the Modern Times stuff completely replace the non-Modern Times stuff. I don't want to replace all of my banana farms with botanical gardens, thank you very much. I know they're better in every conceivable way, but it doesn't fit the Banana Republic aesthetic. And then again, sticking with an aesthetic has not been Tropico's strong point. Is it developed by Germanics? Because it's seeping with Germanic humor. You know, we told the joke, but we better explain the joke just in case someone didn't get the joke. How goes Bengali Superman? Well, Superman's kind of met his match here. Lex Luthor has infused this ship with anti-gravity. And we don't want to use our laser eyes to melt those things down from the sky because it would ruin our cover. Gotta keep up appearances here. Americans and Germans mock today. Can we get a triple? I'll leave that for an exercise at home, thanks. That one got over there, but it did. One of the problems is right click is how you throw something, but right click is also how you bash something. So if you try to bash with your box out, sometimes you just yeet the box. Oh yeah, of course it's Calypso. Ugh. Man, Calypso have fallen from graces in my eyes. Which does remind me, Have Gaming Minds made any noise about putting out a new game? I believe the last couple of games they put out were Grand Ages Medieval and Port Royale 4, I think it was. Yeah, yeah, that seems about right. And Port Royale 4 was awful. And they made one DLC for it, it was pretty bad, and then they dropped the game. So I'm left wondering what in the world are those Germans doing? Oh yeah, you're right, I completely forgot about Railway Empire. Railway Empire was alright, but just couldn't keep it together. That game collapsed on me. This is a problem. If this doesn't go away, I can't actually take away the hull. And I don't know what is keeping this thing up anymore. And, of course, I've just gone and destroyed all my floors. I'm making my way around it, so I have no choice but to expensively hop up and hit it with explosives. It might be that it's somehow considering itself connected to that. Spite. Wasn't aware this was a Scottish warship. There we go. Kind of? Holy moly, it's like I'm playing early Minecraft here. Come on, ship. You can do it. At this rate, this will be our first 100-ton ship, I think. Currently at 96 tons. Well, there's no way this won't be 100 tons at this rate. Yeah, accessing the rest of this is going to prove difficult. It would prove less difficult if I still had the Stairway to Heaven glitch that I could do, but I don't know if I have anything left to climb to do that with. Perhaps I can go there. Okay, gotta be very careful not to destroy what little I'm able to stand on here. You. Can I use my go-go gadget arms? Okay. I think if I jump with my saw blade out, this is Bangladeshi level of running with scissors, I should be able to, in about a 20 or so jumps, do enough to saw through that. I wonder actually. I try something. I jump, I saw, No. When you do this, you hover in midair, but you cannot also do any... Oh, maybe I can. Maybe I can. I'm a little far away, but let's see. You can take me out of QA, but you can't take the QA out of me. Curses. I'm close though. Could we grapple onto the bit? Maybe. No, you stopped too short. Yeah, that's right. I tried that before and I just kept banging my ankles. Oh yeah! Oh no, I need that. Well, I don't need it, but you know, I want it. Alright, well, we figured out something new. Yet another thing to add to Bangladeshi man's repertoire. He can float. And he can operate heavy machinery while floating. What in God's name do I do here, though? I don't want to take out too much that's supporting me here, because if this falls, I won't be able to get this high ever again. So I should focus on what I can get rid of. And then hope that that makes everything else fall. Please don't fall. Okay, okay, okay. Good, good, good. Oh, yeah, there we go. Phew, that was touch and go, but... Tonk. Tonk. Even though the other parts feel like copy-paste of this part, let's hope that they don't, similarly, end up flying on me. Float like a butterfly, soar like a bee? Okay, I did not expect this ship to be challenging in the ways that it is. Weren't we busy telling Kalpa how non-challenging this game is? Okay. Spark goes, and then hopefully we'll have another bit to train away. Or what are you out? So now I can... Your angle is a little awkward. Also, this is unnecessary. I don't need to suspend myself in the air to take care of you. I can just go over here. Long.
Hello, Kahan here.
Okay, you're not taking any scrap away from me. You already have, but that's besides the point. I think we're going to stop by and grab some more explosives, so I don't feel any need to be a skinflint for the rest of them. I wonder what kind of job they're doing in there. Probably not a job at all, they just feed that thing to the grinder and spit out the scrap metals. Would be my guess.
Suprabhat, my friend.
Supraha, my friend, indeed. I would like to buy another 100 and... Oh, just give me every explosive you can, I don't need money. Besides, I should be filthy rich in materials once I'm done with this, so I can't afford any other boat now. Maybe I should have considered that. It's okay, I can sell my materials for ungodly amounts of money if I truly need more explosives. But that was a reckless amount of money to spend on the boom. Don't know if navigating unaddressed physics bugs counts as challenging in traditional game designs. Well, that's why you make those kinds of subvert your expectation games where you have to glitch them out to win. I've always loved finding bugs and glitches in games. Right, what was the issue here? Oh god, this is still floating. Please fall. Please fall? How? How are you staying up? And why must you do this to me? Why are you doing this to me? Should be able to reach that. There we go. Problems. It's okay though. I'm a problem solver. Feels like Morrowind combat. Miss, 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 miss. How is it staying up? Please, game. Right. Let's calls for one thing and one thing only. There we go. Ah, of course, I didn't consider that static electricity between the walls. That's how it works, right? We all saw the live-action Street Fighter movie. Bison can fly simply because of electromagnetism. Now, how many bison dollars do you need? No, explosives don't damage anything per se. They deconstruct it as if you had bashed out the rivets and taken it down, so they're not very destructive. The downside is if you end up destroying floors underneath heavy objects, the heavy objects will be destroyed and lost. So don't do that. Unless you don't care about the objects. It's possible. I often don't. Odd that those didn't get destroyed, actually. Oh, miserable throw. Who do you think you are, Bangladeshi Superman? He's still streaming, that's a surprise, says Begin the War. I should think not. Doing long streams is nothing unusual around here. And this isn't even that long, it's only been 4.5 hours. If anything, the surprise is that I'm taking so long on the ship. And there's not much left of this ship. Should easily have this rounded out before the 6-hour mark. Should be fine if I just grab all of you. Yeah, the longest stream I've managed was... Oh god, how many hours was that? Or those streams? I can't remember which was longer, the Professor Layton one or the weekly one-shot, I think it was, that also included Professor Layton. And a lot of Caesar 3. 24... I thought I wasn't able to exceed 24 hours. Like 23 point something hours. It's not a matter of pride for me or anything, but it's nice to have targets. Alright, it's 2 more of these knocked out, and I think it's only 2 more remaining. And then all the craneable equipment is taken care of. And then it's simply time for wanton destruction. Anything inside you? Well, there is now. Here you go. Yeah, I'm feeling the hunger as well, my friend. This is a quite wasteful use of explosives in case it was not immediately obvious. But I have a lot of explosives and not much else to do with them, so away they go. Oh, that's so good. I mean, it's kind of terrible, but feels good to know to do this, I suppose. Oh yeah, the Frostpunk runs were absolutely 4 hours minimum. The longest Frostpunk run, I think, clocked in at 9 hours or so. But even that, I've done plenty of weekly one-shots that have exceeded 10 hours or 12 hours. If a game is absorbing, then the time that I spend streaming just whips by in an instant. Alternatively, if the game that I'm streaming is a System Shock 2023 or Stalker, then boy do those hours drag by. Ooh, we had another couple of cranables hiding out over here. Should I grab them here and now? I think I should. I'm only going to forget them otherwise, and they don't look difficult to grab. Just a few bits to destroy, and they'll all be mine. Yeah, there's more below here as well. I'm going to take out the floor. Maybe I shouldn't be so hasty on that. We've had a lot of issues with not being able to stand in the right places, so perhaps we shall preserve our floor for now. Actually, screw it, it's too far to throw things. I think I'll eliminate these first, so I can bring the truck considerably closer. And then this is just the last place to finish off. What's taking you? This? Actually, altogether, this is a connection to the side that I should have done away with long ago. Don't know how this passed me by, but get away. Poor High Fleet. Yeah, but High Fleet was pretty bad. I guess if you wanted a real immersive sim like that, great, but I don't like obscuring my view just for the sake of immersion. Okay, that wasn't my only issue with it, but I really did not like High Fleet. High on Life, those 2 hours crawled, but I don't think High on Life was that bad for the time passing. It was just made worse by the fact that the game kept crashing and I lost track of the time. So I was constantly feeling like, oh, what if I'm playing this game for longer than I have to? Not only would that be a poor use of my Sunday, it was also going to invalidate my ability to refund the game, and you better believe I refunded that game as soon as that stream was over. Have to get rid of you. Just... Oh, no, you will fly, okay. Dong. There you go. You too. And it's really coming apart. You can see the dragged part where I've already completely taken apart the ship. It feels good. It feels really, really good to just completely disseminate a ship in this. Now, are you going to fly on me, or can I just take out the floor and have you collapse? I think I will start by taking out the floor just in case that fails, because then I should be able to hop along the top and take it from the top down. Hoping it doesn't fail, and the last part was a fluke, but so far there have been so many flying elements to this ship that I think that is a naive impression to have. God, I'm hungry. Right, come on now. This wall was an issue before. I'm going to eradicate you. Wasn't my intention to destroy the floor while I was at it, but the floor went. Could have thought about that, I suppose. The domino effect. Loves to hit all adjacencies if you've knocked out the rivets. So you gotta be really careful about taking down walls and floors at the same time around destructible equipment. You take out the floor underneath something big, it will be permanently destroyed. You won't get the goods. Might even take these out. These girders have a real habit of just hanging around on the ship. I don't think this is based on a real ship. I don't think any of the vanilla ships are based on real ships. Whereas we have it on good authority that all the warship DLCs are. In particular, the Fuso. Good. Certainly coming apart at the seams, but is it enough? I was thinking, why does this feel so unfamiliar? It's because we used explosives last time, didn't we? Yeah, I just bombed the walls. I might do that again for the next one. Not now, though. I've already cleared out half the wall. Means half the work is already done. Don't worry, there's no exciting finish to miss here. Once we're done, we're done. There's no award ceremony or grand applause, it's just no ship left on the deck, and no real reward for it. We've already, by this game's measure, 100% of this ship. It only cares about finding the collectible and doing 3 contracts. And I'm pretty sure we finished the 3 contracts about 3 hours ago. 'Twas not challenging. Oh nice, I didn't tonk. Exactly, the reward is a satisfying job well done. Intrinsic motivation. Boy, it'd be easier if these girders weren't in the way, or this whole wall weren't in the way. See if the floor can help us out with that, or if we're going to end up with magical flying apparati here. That's a good start. I do like those girders falling down. Keep them coming. Question is if they can take the rest of this thing with it. It's becoming less promising the more we destroy. At this point, the main thing Jake needs is a max to his pickup range and capacity. Those are already maxed out, though. Yaku Placento, level 10 on all fronts. The only thing that we can still upgrade are our... just the crane, actually. I even did the rope, didn't I? Did the rope, did the torch, everything else was already done. It's just the crane. Explosives have no upgrade, sadly. And the crane upgrade is ridiculously hard to do, because it requires 5 tons of liquids, which, you know, I've been playing for 30 hours, I still don't have 5 tons of liquids. And it's very expensive. Strangely expensive. Like, why is it so expensive? Alright, please don't fly on me. So I'm just going to bomb. Actually, maybe bombing has been the source of the flying. Alright, let's have this be a no-bomb zone. Although I think I already bombed that. This isn't looking good, though. The girders are already supporting themselves. Yeah, you're right. The crane rarely feels too slow. It's very rare for the crane to be a bottleneck. The Fuso is actually one of the rare cases where the crane feels like a bottleneck, because it has a lot of craneable elements. Not only that, you want to be craning them away because they're worth so much. So if you're farming the Fuso for money, then you might actually consider the crane upgrade just to be able to get the several tons of metals that you get alongside everything else. Although, speaking as someone with 164 tons of metal and not anywhere to reasonably use it, then that might not be a great use of your time. I think this thing's just going to fly, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. Just queue them up. The thing about the Fuso is a lot of the craneable elements are hidden beneath other craneable elements. You know what? We're not going to do the Fuso, but maybe I'll load up the Fuso once I'm done here and at least take away the big crane parts. Oh god, no, if I do that I'll probably be stuck with it, but I don't want to be caught out by the DLC bugs again. They really... I wouldn't say ruined the experience. No, I will say. They kind of ruined the experience. I do not recommend the Warships DLC for this game in its current state. And if it's ever fixed, then I probably won't care, because I've already loaded them up. I'm not going to redo them just to enjoy them being bug-free. Or potentially bug-free. Surely the patch today will fix it, maybe, but like I said, it's of no consequence to me. Not when I've got all this Payday 2 I'm thinking about playing. Are the door frames the floaty factor, wonders Legendary Marvin? There's a door frame there and a door frame there, otherwise there is nothing sensibly keeping this thing upright. Well, I mean, maybe this, but I doubt it. Still doubt it. Also, the last thing that was flying got taken out just by taking out a bit of wall rather than anything else, so I sincerely doubt it. I was already of the mindset that I prefer the smaller ships over the bigger ones, and this is absolutely solidifying it. This must be a hard game to test, though. I suppose you could write custom tools to make things easier. Sure enough, doors are fairly floaty, but even when removing them, I don't think that's going to bring the whole thing crashing down. Of course, there's another one over there, is there not? Whee! And I miss. Oh, I missed. Well, bah humbug, here we go again. How do we bring you down? Oh god, those bits at the top could be a very big problem. Let's deal with that problem here and now. This is why I left this as an option for me to clamber over the top. Maybe they don't expect you to go from the bottom to the top in this game. Maybe the structures are designed with it in mind that you would be going from top to bottom. I suppose that way you don't have to worry about gravity so much. But you go from bottom to top because things collapse in this game. It saves you a lot of time. Why take out 5 layers from top to bottom when you can just take out the 1 layer at the bottom? Riddle me that. I tend to work my way down and don't really have issues with ghost bits. I think how much time you're wasting by going down. When you could be rising from the bottom to the top. It's also worth noting that I haven't had this issue in any other ship. This is purely with the final big ship here. And actually, if the other ships that I played on had been built to this quality and been frustrating like this, I doubt I would have been absorbed by this game the way that I have been. Because a big part of enjoying this game is just how fluidly you can tear things apart. Not a lot to worry about, just get swinging and everything falls, it feels good. Right, what's my best option here? I think it is to bomb from the top. Be careful I don't fall from here. Bangladeshi man takes his health and safety extremely seriously. I didn't even take out all. It took out the center walls, but not the ones on the side? What is this madness? Oh well, we got the explosives, we use the explosives. Well, at least I have a little bit of floor here. Actually, the floor might be what's keeping everything up. That was too much to hope for. And now I don't have a floor anymore. Ah well. Yeah, more so than any other ship, this has been one gravity-defying piece of work. Was contemplating how to get up there and hammer the rivet, and the contemplation just ended there. Down you come. Maybe? Gangs. There we go. Bangladeshi made explosives guaranteed not to impress. You get what you pay for. I didn't see that to begin with. I think I bought some more impressive fireworks for 15 quid. And given the Big Mac's index of Bangladesh, $15 is quite a lot to spend on explosives. Yeah, I don't think we've looked at one of these explosives up close, or at least I certainly haven't been. Let's lay one down and appreciate it. That's not my explosive. There it is. Safe and boom. Boom. But it's a safe boom, surely. So it managed to develop these explosives that don't work on organic matter. At this rate, I really think we are going to hit 100 tons in the little truck here, which is estimated to have a capacity of 6 tons. It is truly a waste of effort to grab all these little bits of girders hanging around here, but the greed compels me. Nothing more than barefaced greed. I want it all, and I want it now. Or whenever's convenient. I do like seeing there be less and less left of this ship though, it's very satisfying. Fewer and fewer parts to clean up. Hey, and another 2 fewer of you to go. Oh yeah, I get the hard space shipbreaker experience of this game, but it's unskippable OSHA requirements being read to you. The pain. I think there's some missed opportunities with this ship. Once you've dealt with the exciting first bit, it's 3 identical bits of hull. And then the end part. Feels a little lackluster for the final big ship. Until the DLC came out, this was the biggest, the baddest of the lot. There it goes. I like this part, just whoop. Like the Fuso, it feels like it had to be the... Now I do like the Fuso, but I'm not giving it a chance because of the other issues. You think the Fuso felt copy-pasted? We're gonna have another look at the Fuso once we're done here. And reminisce about what could have been. Wait, how am I gonna afford the Fuso? That thing costs, what, $2,700? I got $8. Guess I'll have to sell some of my hard-earned scrap. But all of the scrap that I make off of this would not afford me the Fuso of that, I'm quite certain. The chambers in the ship. I don't know, I feel like they were different. Maybe once you empty them out, they all start seeming like the same. Releases tomorrow, though. No, I imagine these things take quite a lot of testing. Doesn't stop something from feeling rushed, but... Well, I don't know anything about their testing methodology for this game. Again, you are completely freestanding, so surely taking out the bottom will just reduce you to nothing. Surely. I keep convincing myself of that. Just freaking shit. Oh my days, okay. What problems did you encounter with the warships? I did the Chevy. Yeah, the Chevy is okay. I didn't encounter any issues with the Chevy. When I did the Witcher, it had a part of the ship that was baked into the rest of the ship, so it was inaccessible to cut. And on top of that, I just had other parts that I couldn't interact with at all. Just cut down my example. Okay, take this for example. This rivet, I would swing and just nothing would happen. Woof. Woof. I'd be trying to hit it and nothing happens. Of course, on these ones, bang, it's gone. But on The Witcher, there were several bits that I just could not hit. And that was frustrating because it prevented a full deconstruction, and that's what I'm here to do. Whilst I haven't ran into any serious issues with the Fuso, it does have a lot of bits that just overlap poorly and feel rushed. And I would hate to have the same issue with the Fuso, where I'm almost done with it, and then I realize, oh, I can't finish it. Because that's a monolith of a ship. Maybe your hammer wasn't milled. I'm pretty sure we had a level 10 hammer by that point. God's sake, fall! Bangladeshi anti-gravity tech. Too advanced for safe boom. Yeah, time-lapse mode. In a sense, that could be done in multiplayer, if you had one other character just spend the whole time watching everybody else and recording. But as I've said before, the multiplayer for this game is in a very alpha stage. You can join in for the testing, but yeah. I gave it a quick go, and a quick go was all I needed. Can I get in there? Okay, there we go. It's a good thing I can access these. If these were truly free-floating and preventing me from ripping up the rest of the ship, I would be in deep trouble. Or if I didn't have endless money for explosives, I'd be in very deep trouble. Endless money, says man with $8. Hungary's really rubbed off on me, huh? Get out of here. How? How? What is your magic? Got here as well. You know, Marvin might not have been wrong by saying we need a rocket launcher. Would certainly be good for all the floating elements on this ship. Legendary Marvin, who in this community often says how, you know, he doesn't see the love for games, didn't play them that much anymore. Used to be big shot streamer. A whole lot bigger than me back in the day. It was so heartwarming to see him just pick up a game and tear through it. He was playing this game a whole lot faster than me. But then I really like seeing people enjoy games. Right, what was your problem again? Nothing. Alright, well, we got the explosives. Let's put them to use. And have this thing fly for me again. Well, it's a start. You don't get people enjoying games much in this community, mostly crapping on them. It's a nice change. Well, there's a lot of crap games, and they should be crapped on. I don't believe in artificially smiling and talking good about something you think is pants. But you should also talk about things you like. So, you know, it goes both ways. If you talk like Integral Hamster and just absolutely hate everything, it's hard to take them seriously. And there are certainly people who just say everything's great. Never come around and just tell you outright something's bad, and that very much rubs me the wrong way. Good way to be marketable, though. I don't know how Quill does it. Met the guy, I think, a couple of times. He was around for Paradox, and he always has such a positive demeanour. Which can be heartwarming, but at the same time, it's like, not every game you play is surely this great, right? Is there a limit on how many charges you can plant and detonate? I think the limit is your game performance. Marvin tried to place as many as possible, and I believe he placed about 600 or 800. And his PC bugged for it. That many explosives would be incredibly expensive in-game as well. Sure, they're relatively cheap to grab a few of, but grabbing 1,000 of them is going to hurt the budget somewhat. Oh my god, here we go again. Yeah, well, I'm almost pretty certain this thing is all just copy-pasted now, and they've all got the same issue with freaking flying in the air. Alright, they're just getting the bomb approach. I have been patient with you, game. Well, let's not blame the game, let's just blame the ship. I've been patient with you, vaguely Italian-sounding ship. The day of the broken pasta is nigh. Well, I'll be. Maybe that was a critical point. Reminds me to cook up my spaghetti. Well, actually, in the middle of the night, I got a link. It was to Primitive Technology, actually. I do follow that. And he was catching little crabs and shrimp and stuff, so I had to get up in the middle of the night, go to my freezer and dig out these giant prawns I'd bought and then put them in the fridge to defrost, because I was like, oh, I can't not eat prawns now, can I? I'm starving for them now. So at least I got that to look forward to once I'm done here. Don't know what I'll have them with. Any bright ideas? These prawns are enormous. Each of them probably bigger than, 2 of my fingers. Which is surprising, considering I bought this in Hungary, not well known for its seafood. Should probably check on the package where they came from. With some mayonnaise. Oh yeah, no, sorry. I'm not Belgian. I like to actually season my food. Why kill the shrimp taste? Ah, I do like to just have my shrimps as they are. I don't want to have it with something. I'm just going to eat a bowl of shrimp and call it my lunch. Or at this rate, my din-dins. I got some chickpeas around. Maybe do something with that. Chickpeas, prawns, stirred up with some rice. Have some paella. That could work. Chickpeas and rice, though? Might be a bit intense. Use chickpeas instead of rice. Really enjoy cooking. I'd say it's one of my 5 main hobbies in life. Just taking ingredients and ending up with a meal feels great. It's extremely rare for me these days to buy anything that's pre-made. I've got farmer's market at the end of my road here and just walk over there and grab what I need for the day. As long as it's not Sunday. Or one of the Hungarian holidays that catches me off guard. Is this the last ship? This is indeed the last ship. The Aramani? Like I said, some vaguely Italian-sounding ship. And it has been a bit of a bugger. It's been kind of awkward, it's been kind of tedious copy-pasted, it's been... had a lot of issues with flying parts, so I certainly don't recommend this ship. But I don't want that to detract from an overall recommendation of the game itself. The game's fantastic. But it certainly shines on the smaller ships, which is funny, because you do the smaller ships and you're like, I can't wait to do a big proper ship. And the big proper ships aren't as fun. So those wee bite-sized ones that are pretty great, probably because you can just get them done and you get the payoff. The payoff might be smaller, but at least you're getting it within half an hour or an hour. We've been at this thing for over 5 hours now. And I think 1.5 of the hours has just been going through these same copy-pasted hull segments that are functionally identical and all have had issues with anti-gravity. And again with these... Oh, don't you do this to me. There we go. Interspliced geography. Yeah, the big ones seem more fiddly and less well put together, that's about right. The small ones feel really well made. So it could be either way. Either they made the small ones first, polished them up, and then the late ones were just rushed, or they made the big ones first. So they got really good at making them by the time they made the small ones. Don't know, very inconclusive. Interspliced geography, yes, interspliced geography. And I shouldn't have said geography, I should have said geometry. I'm too busy thinking about shrimp, so I'm getting that hungry level of no longer thinking well. They all come down. Girders need to go as well. And with that, we're finally through the identical parts of this hull. One last bit with a couple more craneable elements, and then this whole thing is history. And not a good chapter of history. See. You would probably enjoy... Yeah, Hard Spaceship Breaker comes up often when running this game. I've played Hard Spaceship Breaker. I think mechanically it's a better game than this, but I hate the game. Unskippable, preachy cutscenes. And I would say like some of the most unskippable I've ever seen in a game. Perhaps the most unskippable. Because you are frozen in place. You can do nothing. You just stare at the wall whilst this character is signing you up against your will to the illegal union. Can't report her. You can't go to your superiors and go, listen, what's her face is a loose cannon. Right, we all know the rules around here. We're here to work together. And she is deciding to just ruin it for everyone. But no, you're signed up, forced to work, and there's this guy in the game that gives you good advice on working. And you're made to think that he's some kind of monster. They even make him fat and ugly. As if they think they haven't gotten the point across enough. It's just such a ham-fistedly told story. There was a comment that I got on the YouTube, a YouTube comment if you will, who said that sure it's not the best, but it's pretty good for a game.
Hello. God,
and they really liked the subject matter. Now, I'm of a different opinion. I would have figured if you liked that subject matter, it would have been even worse to see it so poorly told, but I guess we're cut from a different cloth. I likened it to having a game that you love and seeing a god-awful sequel or remake for it. A remake would be worse. Like being a huge fan of Final Fantasy X and then casting your eyes on Tidus in Final Fantasy X Demake. What did they do to my boy? This is his story. See this? I love seeing these bits get taken away. It's just so cleanly risen. Cranes absolutely do not raise things, one, that quickly, and two, that smoothly. They sway. They sometimes hit cars and buildings along the way, and it's kind of funny to see the aftermath. Tend to have a bit more support blocks to keep the crane in place and sturdy, but hey, let's not drag down this game with realistic ideas here. This is one's power fantasy. This thing can't be ripped out, I don't think, but I also don't know why. It seems relatively detached. Let's see what the winch has to say to me. My old job had an overhead crane inside the factory. It was great fun. How many things did you nick from the factory? Alright, so apparently there's a connector or floor adjacent to the part that I want to rake out. Pretty sure I dealt with all the connectors. Well, pretty sure. Evidently wrong on that one. This one's still here. It still counts, I think. We had issues with certain traveling peoples lifting all the oh my god. There's no escape even in my my home village of about 300 people. The gypsies appear there as well. What do they possibly have to find in my humble home? There's nothing there. Well, certainly not jobs, so maybe that's why they're there. There's one thing Hot Fuzz got absolutely right. Right, this is what I wanted to get rid of so I can airlift you out, although a little further along than I needed to be. Maybe there's a reason there's nothing there. Yeah, because it's off in the middle of nowhere in northern Scotland. Why would there be anything there? I live in a town of only 200 people. It's quite pleasant never seeing anyone. Oh yeah, I totally get that. Yeah, what's keeping you? Why? How and why? Get out of here. Alright, the last of you to go. I don't want to smudge the finish and blow up this. Not that it impacts anything too severely, but we've done a really clean job. Let's finish up a clean job. Oof, oof. Our Scots are kind of gypsy anyway. We don't travel so good. Well, not consensually, at least. I live in a 250,000 hamlet. Hamlet clearly not being used seriously there. 250,000 people is more than 10 times the amount of people I would tolerate living around. Living in Sea of Folk was already a bit touch and go for me. There are about 20,000, maybe 25,000 people living here. And that's already about 4 or 5 times what I was hoping for. But it's still pretty good. It's a tourist town, so it's pretty much a ghost town outside of summer. It's very quaint. Let's hope this last part doesn't do me in and fail to come apart, because we're getting pretty close to finishing this off. But we're also getting pretty close to the 6 hours, which I said we'd easily get done in under. Having second thoughts about that one. The identical places took longer than imagined. Not that we're on any kind of time limit here. Perish the thought. This could be a decent weekly one-shot, actually. Giving a time limit to dismantle X, Y, and Z ships. And before anybody asks, no, I'm not going to make that a mod game. $20,000 here, and it's inflating numbers by including every village, town, and farm in a 20-mile radius. Yeah, that'll do it. But no, I like quiet places. I know some people love to live in big cities. Good buddy of mine moved to New York, because man, I don't know why he loves America so much, but he loves the big city. Oh well, he's media orientated, so of course. Anyway, not my cup of tea. Very rare for me to enjoy being in a big city. I rather like Budapest. I like Edinburgh, although I'm sure that's not a big city to a lot of people. And I love Vilnius. Oh, I highly enjoyed my time in Vilnius. Such friendly people there. Share their food, they share their drinks, they share their girlfriends. They want you to be part of stuff over there. It's great. I think my test of being in too big a city is, if it's nighttime and I lay down, I want to hear absolutely nothing. Am I hearing stuff? Am I hearing cars beeping past or revelry out in the streets? Then I'm in far too big a place for me. God, I love that. Right, are you willing to go yet? Far from it. Oh yeah, hearing mice under the floor, totally fine. Hearing cows sorting themselves out outside, yeah, that's okay. Troublesome, but not a trouble that can't be overcome with safe boom. And whatever is going on up here. See that one, that bit of adjacent wall detached, as it should. Alright, the final piece remains now. Get that airlifted. And then the rest of this just away it goes. Are we gonna get 100 tons in the ship though? What do you, the truck though, what do you think? The craneable stuff goes straight into the warehouse. The truck itself is at 94.8 tons. What'll it be? Speeding up things a fair bit with explosives because I do want to get this done in under 6 hours after saying that I surely will. Alright, I'm just going to quickly check that there truly is not any more destructible stuff, because This ship has had some hidden goodies so far. No, I'm right at the edge of the ship. No way is it hiding out any more from me. Alright, nothing to do but to recklessly blow up what's left. Every one of these costs 15 quid and gets me maybe 30 cents worth of scrap for each explosive. Good use of my money. I'm just excited for 100 tons of recycling mini game. Then he gives us the pasta fingers. That's for pasta, not for some fingers. I was rewatching the cannibalism run on Frostpunk, but that's not going to be a brainworm for me. These inner bits that need to be torched down, I'm still not entirely sure what they're meant to be. Especially since you don't have to get rid of them, just get rid of the wall around them and boom! Well, not always, but boom. Okay, I don't think I'll do the Fuso after this. We already had a look at the Fuso and I can't think of anything worthwhile doing on it. Some excellent parts to crane away, but I think I actually craned some of those away when I was looking at it before. That's what I'll tell myself, at least. Anyway, why am I using these tools? What kind of Neanderthal do you think I am? Fall. That's unlikely to fall because we've got all these connectors still going on to the sides, which I thought weren't going to be an issue, but now are. Sneaking away right to the back now. God, I love tearing apart the stairs from the bottom up. If this sort of working sim appeals to you, then Viscera Cleanup Detail... I've heard negative things about that game. I have not played it, or even really seen it much. Also, where were you hiding this whole time? Don't like having opinions on games I haven't played before. That bitten me in the bum before. Once upon a time, I said nice things about Story of Seasons without playing it. I was like, oh yeah, you know, that's the real Harvest Moon after split up, yada yada yada. Well, then I actually played it, and it was awful. God. Must be how Earthbound fans feel. Finally playing their beloved game. Am I flying? Certainly floating on something. Bangladeshi man's been doing his fair share of floating today. I'm aware that I didn't finish that torching there, but too many things are getting in the way. Be gone. How's progress with Against the Storm? Well, if you're excited for it, probably sad news. I don't think I actually like the game much. I've tried to like the game, but the more I play of it and the more I watch gameplay of it, the less it appeals. The ephemeral nature of the colonies you build rubbed me the wrong way. And I just don't really enjoy it. It's not something that I think the roguelite mechanics lend themselves well to. Evidently I'm dead wrong. The game is beloved, played by many, and had a very successful early access into release. Doesn't mean I like it. And I don't. This last part could prove troublesome to get rid of. What about you?
Hello, John, huh?
No, still much more connected than I thought. Right, well, that's exactly why we have explosives. Oh right, there's no actual floor there. Ready to be picked up. Things that can be picked up just get phased through. Which is why sometimes you can think you're walking on floor and then suddenly fall through it. It was floor that you'd already detached. Okay, a bit more here than I thought, but again, explosives. I spent all of my money on explosives. A wise business decision for Bangladeshi man. We'll soon find out. Sure, Jake's opinion has never been wrong before whilst people are watching him play strange, scuffed ship disassembly game. We have had quite a lot of people come forward and say that they were enamored by this game and picked it up themselves, so I'm clearly in good company here. I don't doubt your assessment of, what do you say? Scuffed ship disassembly game. Accurate. But it leaves out the important parts of enjoyable. Satisfying. Visceral. You learn to be careful and methodical quite quick. Part of the reason why Jake's style of shipwrecking hurts a bit. What do you mean hurts a bit? We have secured everything on this ship. Absolutely everything. We didn't destroy any of the cargo either. Not only that, I can tear apart the smaller ships very quickly now. Oh yeah, Pandy's talking about working his way from the top to the bottom. Yeah, I think that is a poor way to go about it. We need action. Besides, I find it a lot more satisfying to have the big collapse. Provided it works and doesn't just get filtered by anti-gravity and heavy air. I don't think we're going to hit 100 tons in the truck, actually. There's not much left to collect. It's touch and go, though. I need another 3.5 tons. Am I going to get that here, though? Maybe. There's a fair bit in the ground here. Every box here is over 200 kilos. To the Imperials out here. 1,000 kilos to a metric ton, which is spelled T-O-N-N-E. A ton, T-O-N, is actually about 900 kilograms. Do not buy into imperialist propaganda. No time. Get exploding. I think we will. No. Not you too young. Oh no, you think we'll get the 100 tons, surely. Not the propaganda. If we're just shy of 100 tons, I'm going to go and scour for any last drops of girders and walls that have exploded around nearby. I'd be very surprised if we run into an issue like it doesn't go above 99999. Be funny though, very funny. And a little sad. Very little left to hack away here. It's going to be nice to see every last drop of this shit just disappear. And I wonder how many bombs I've spent. I might have made a loss on this ship altogether. What is even keeping you up? Come on. Off you trot. Actually, a measurement which I've never heard before, and I see they use a lot in Hungary, is decikilo. How many decikilos would you like? And then when I try to use it, they don't understand me at all, so... Then I just say I need this many hundreds of grams. What was that again? Sesam gram? I don't know, everything has S's and Z's in it in this language. That's right, tenths of a kilo. A decikilo. Oh, it's decigram then. Decigram? I could have sworn it said decikilo. We could be right, I'm not well known for paying a lot of attention to the world around me. What's the story here? I have a feeling this... Yeah, okay, we've got it again. Missing rivets on something that won't detach, which could be why the winch wasn't working. Let's try this. There we go, right. Right at the 11th hour, we found a bugged part of the ship. But hey, now they can winch you down. Going by that, Jakey, they've got a great deal. It was ripped. I was thinking that meat was very cheap in this country. Wow, it's Dr. Aftish. A rare sight around here these days. The amazing voice behind Ura. Although I do think I am going to retire a lot of the Caesar 3 voices next time I come back to that game. I'm kind of hungry for seeing the vanilla voices again. Haven't heard them in so long that when I heard them on Baron's recent Caesar 3 stream, I thought, "God blimey, is that new?" No, of course not. Why do I not have an angry Canadian voicing my cart pusher? Yeah, Hungary is a country for meat eaters, to be sure. Meat is quite inexpensive and it's everywhere. It better be, because they sure don't have good access to fish. Righto, what now? Off you go. Off you go. And don't deny me every last girder I can get. We are still 2 tons short of the mythical 100. And I don't think we're getting it, not with just odds and ends of girders lying around the place. Come to think about it, it's not the first time I messed up Deci, is it? Deci measurements were in... Chefrin's Pyramid, that's it. And I think it was decimeters there. I couldn't wrap my head around it. Decimeters? Who in God's name uses decimeters? I suppose the answer is the Swedish. We heard about dot age. My instincts tell me that I have, but I couldn't tell you anything about it, so... Sure, that's not a very helpful answer. Oh, hello, there's still more to disassemble here? Sounds like there's more to bomb here. Surely not one, no, 2 tons up here though, right? Absolutely nose to tail. We're not missing a beat here. Although, better be careful with the explosives. If I run out of money and can't place any more, well, I can't afford any more explosives. Not without selling myself off. Alright, kaboom! And that's why we're Superman. That was like a dirty bomb for giants. Better not give the Irish any more ideas. There's a fair bit of weight here, I just don't think there's quite enough. If I hadn't filled the contract, I would have had 100, I'm sure. Alright, take it all away. I'll see if I can scrounge a bit more in the ground here, but I'd need 4 full chests from the ground. I'm certain that's not happening. Also, that is a huge part to take away, and it's only worth 1.6 tons. You have much smaller parts than that on the Fuso, which are also worth 1.6 or even 1.8 tons. Just seems like such a huge part to break down. It's bigger than the starting ships. There we go, the sad tale of the 99 tons. I don't know, there's a fair bit scattered around here. Maybe. Another 5, another 8, another 5. Just need to add up to 1,000, or even 900 at this point. This feels like working from the very bottom of the game up. The problem is girders just aren't worth that much compared to big panels. And I'm not seeing a whole lot of panels. Girders really like to fly though, don't they? Hello, another girder. I don't know why I'm even bothering with this, but I am, and I'd hate to stop at this point. Panels are good. 15 keys right there. This man unearths 20 kilos of gold, and yet he scrounges around for every rebar he can find. Such is life in Bangladesh. Hey, we just need that 1.5 decigrams, is that right? Hello, there's a whole ladder out here. Big chunk of wood. Maybe I could disassemble the winch and throw that in. Say that was all part of it. Getting disturbingly close, actually. Now this would be the weekly one-shot, wouldn't it? Scrap the Fuso, fulfill all contracts, and have 100 tons in your truck by the end of it. Timer wilting away with 5 minutes left. Finally going to check out Vampire Survivor, and as it happens, there was a weekly one-shot submitted for it, so figured I'd do my usual and try a game blindly by weekly one-shotting it. Then if I hate it, people say, oh, you just had the wrong challenge for it. If you played it in this other way, you would have enjoyed it. So I don't think I'm going to enjoy that Legend of Zelda game regardless how I play it. I think we're reaching the bottom of the proverbial barrel for scrap here. Are we really going to grab another 350 kilos just around here? It's starting to feel like they're respawning. I just turn around and then the girders appear. I'm not sure if Vampire Survivors is good for a weekly one-shot. It's so grindy. Ooh, grindy. If it's not Disgaea or Rune Factory, I don't particularly like grind in my games. So close. But I think it's not happening. The 100-ton dream, I think, is dead. I can't scrap this last bit of wooden boat and call it my own. Do it for young Jake. You can't let him die. I think I empirically can let Dark Young down. He was convinced there was 100 tons of scrap to be had, though. I guess I should at least give it my A game. The scrap is getting thinner and thinner. I'm watching something decelerate down to a point and you keep thinking, oh, squeeze the next bit out. No, you're slowing down too fast. Oh, this is decent, actually. There was a wall bit there and a large girder. 9985, but I really think we've hit the bottom now. What are you doing there? How did I miss you? I think the problem is the girders look like the ground. I know, we're all here for the Bing Bing Wahoo. I'm being far too hard-headed here. But I did want to hit 100 tons on the truck. Five, another 5, another 5. Forty of those and we're in business. Check the ship's footprint too. Hello, little girder just hiding next to the truck. Maybe we can disassemble parts of the truck and put it in the truck. Hi, girder. Another girder. It's mostly girders out here, but those ones go flying the most. That is some really good looking mud, by the way. How did they make that? Perhaps it's half the install size. Western game tabs have been here. It's a shame I didn't miss any of the lighting fixtures. Those things weigh about 12 kilos each and are full of copper. Although at this point the material doesn't matter. Even scrap paper would have its place. Good God, we are so close. There must be like a little quadrant around here with debris that I haven't made it to yet. What's even making that noise? Other ship crackers. There's some stuff floating in the sky just above the sea, really. I've been focusing very hard on the ground. Still focusing hard on the ground. Oh ho! Okay. Well, that's nice for them, but I don't have a way of getting them. And I don't have a way to fly into the sky anymore. Well, maybe I could bring the truck over. And jump off the truck to get them. No, you can't attach the items to the grappling hook. Although, didn't the dev who stopped in earlier mention something about grappling hook and floating items? Oh, you can see that I wasn't paying all the attention in the world. How does this truck even move? Huh! Okay, no, that's out of my range and behind an invisible wall, so I am out of luck for those pieces. This gives me a nice wider view. Eyes peeled for any ship parts. And they have to be ship parts, I can't just run off with something that isn't like... Are you part of the ship? Easy 12 kilos. Oh, god, this is getting close. What just flung off there? Did anything land on the winch setups? I think I would have covered those already. Another piece of wall. The dev said there's another update coming with some bug fixes. $99922 99937, and I spy another girder. Ooh, this is a juicy area for parts. Perhaps I extracted the juice just by saying that. I am the collector. You gotta manage your Mass Effect 2 team to take me down. Spy another girder. Perhaps two girders? I think they melted into the floor there. Maybe they weren't girders, maybe they're just part of the scenery. There's railing near the stone near the winch. Railing near the stone near the winch. Well, here's the winch. The stone. There's a lot of stones. We're on a beach after all. The one closer to the sea. The winch closer to the sea. Here's some stones near it. A lot of garbage next to it. Not spotting a girder though. It's not to say it's not here, just that I'm not spotting it. Oh wow, that wood was... I thought it was part of this setup, but no. It was wood from the ship, and that has immediately been worthwhile. Another 15 keys. The trash mirage. Just raking the area clean with my eyes. If you look on the winch from the sea, then look to the left near the boulder. Oh yeah, would you look at that railing. That was a trash mirage once again. I really think we're going to do it now. I had lost all hope. But now I see. Holy moly. It's a heavy bunch of girder. That must have been 2 girders for 1. 99984. 16 kilos needed. Where are those kilos hiding? This is really scratching the tisms here. Oh-ho! 8 kilos, 8 more kilos. That's just one big girder. And we find more than that. There we go. 10 kilos. 100 tons. Alright, get ready for the most bing bing wahoo you've ever seen or heard. I wonder how much of a bonus they'll give us for this. 129 tons to sort. Of course, the extra 29 tons comes from the warehouse, from the winched items. Alright, increase that volume, because this part of the game is really quiet. You might struggle to hear it. Closer than you might think. You don't get a lot of time to react on this. No! I have ruined my perfect combo. Oh well. It was bound to happen. Oh Jesus. Got complacent, started reading chat. That's how it all goes awry. You see that little needle above the boost button? That shows how much of the capacity still remains. As you can see, it's dropping like a stone. Yeah, there would be the other weekly one-shot stipulation. Get a perfect combo for the recycling mini-game. Now I know what you're thinking, when does it end? Because I'm thinking that too. Okay, finally we're getting somewhere. We've unclogged the truck. Ah. Okay. 1,368 sorted. And we're gonna finish up the ones that we messed up. I just took my eyes off for chat and I lost those 4, but that one was down to just me being bad. Ah. Good God. And to think Greenpeace want one of these on every street corner. Done and done right. Was that worth $247? Ooh, that's tough. That is tough. I think I would do that for $247 in real life. As long as it took that long and was that easy. Maybe not if I had to commute to Bangladesh to do so. Was it worth 400 viewers tonight? Oh yes. Yes, that is not my problem. Okay, there we go. With that, the Aramano Adrianii is completely finished. Get rid of that shit. It's weird. The phrase scrapping seems very out of place for that. But I am awash with money and materials.
Namaste, my friend.
And if I sold off my materials here, I'd get loads of money. So I will. Give me loads of money, please. Because I think I needed some loads of money for... Actually, no, I have all the upgrades. Except the crane. Because the crane needs liquids, and liquids are insane. 5 tons of liquids. Well, you know what? That is not happening. That rounds off ship deconstruction simulator here. Ship graveyard sim. 2, no less. Because 1 was a bit bad, but this was pretty good. I don't think I have anything left to achieve in this game. There are some ships I haven't touched, but none of them are going to be as big as the one we just did. And I feel that that's a good way of sending off the game, at least until perhaps it has reasonable multiplayer, or if it gets a whole load of update to it. But I feel that I have scratched this itch thoroughly. It is raw and bleeding, much like Caesar 3 gets after really putting the hours in. So I will be done with this game, and I'll be back with other stuff pretty soon. That's a vague way of saying that I don't remember my own schedule. What does my schedule say? Oh, my schedule says Dave the Diver tomorrow, followed by Vampire Survivors as a weekly one-shot on Sunday. Well then, until those streams, and possibly some DDR along with it, it is a cheers and a cheerio.